your attention, please. I am very delighted to see you here, and good morning. We are starting our today's important seminar. First of all, I would like to introduce our distinguished guests. They are two important persons or officials. The first official is from Gyeonggi-do Provincial Government. He is the Director General, Cho Chang-bom, who is responsible for Peace Cooperation Division. Our next distinguished guest is the President of the Mongolian University of Science and Technology, Professor Namnam. The President of the Mongolian University of Science and Technology, Professor Namnam, will have opening remark for the participants who are participating in today's seminar. I am inviting Professor Namnam to have a speech for our participants.
За сайн байцгаана уу эрхэм хүндэт зоч төлөөлөгч эрдэмтэн судлаачид оюутан залуусаа та бүхний энэ өдрийн амар амгалан айлтгах мэдчилье.
Distinguished guests, dear professors and students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
За энэ хүрээлэнгүй орчны тулгымцсан асуудлуудыг шийдвэрлэх, эрсдлийг бууруулах, ухаалаг шийдлүүдийг илэрхийлсэн манай дэлхийн амин чухал сэдвийг хүндсэн энэ чухал семинарыг өнөөдөр бид хамтдаа зохион байгуулж энд миний манай их сургууль хамтран оролцож байгаадаа бид туйлын баяртай байна.
I and mass community are very delighted to participate in this very important international seminar that normally focuses on finding smart solutions to deal with the problems of environment and to mitigate air crisis.
За энэ семинарыг өнөөдөр зохион байгуулах боломжийг та бидэнд олгосон Бүдэн Солонгос улсын Гyeonggi аймгийн орон нутгийн захиргаа газар зам Улаанбаатар хотын захиргаа Солонгосын иргэний барилгын технологийн хүрээлэн зам Южэ Шим багшид бас та бүхний өмнөөс болон хувьяасаа чин сэтгэлийн талархал илэрхийлье.
And first of all, we would like to extend very deepest gratitude to the Korean Gyeonggi-do Province, Ulaanbaatar City Hall, and also Korean Institute of Civil Engineering and Building Technology, and Professor Yuja Shin for initiating and organizing this very important international seminar.
За өнөөдөр та бүхэн бас бид сайн мэдж байгаа. Дэлхийн дулаарал энэ хотчлтын нөлөөгөөр агаарын бохирдол, хөрсний дороотлол, за үер ганц үлжил зэрэг байгалийн эрсдэнд хүчин зүйлийн тоо эрс нэмэгдэж эдийн засаг хүний аюулгүй байдалд сөргөөр нөлөөлөх болж байна.
In association with global warming and urbanism, the severe climate crisis, including air pollution and soil degradation, flood, and also desertification are increasing from year to year. And they have been affecting negatively to economy and human being security.
За эдгээр өвчин зүйлүүдийг, эрсдлүүдийг хамтдаа шийдвэрлэх зайлшгүй хэл хэрэгцээ шаардлага өнөөдөр бий болоод байна гэж харж байна. Үүнийг шийдвэрлэхэд нэг сургууль, эрдэм шингээний байгууллагууд, хүрээлэнгүүд, төрөлхтний байгууллагуудын хамтын ажиллагаа уялдаа холбооны чухал байна.
Therefore, we need to
10 гаруй байгууллагуудын 30 гаруй эрдэмтэн судлаачид оролцож байна. Тэгэхээр судлаач намын сайхан санаатай ихтгэл хэлцүүлүүд өнөөдөр хийж бид хамтдаа сайхан болоод
in today's first international seminar, scholars from Mongolia, Korea and China are participating. Totally, they are from the 10 universities and 2 institutes. Almost approximately 30 participants are participating in this seminar.
오늘의 세미나에만 зорилго бол мэдээд бид энэ тулгымдсан асуудлуудыг хамтдаа шийдэх новог хэлж байгаа. За мөн өөрийн судалгааны ажлуудаараа биеийнхээ танилцуулж хамтран ажиллах процесс үүрэг эцсийн байгууллагууд, их сургууль, эдгээрчний байгууллагуудын хамтын үйлдвэрээр үүсгэх энэ тулгымдсан асуудлыг чиглүүлэх бидний өнөөдрийн семинарын зорилго орж байна.
The main priority of today's seminar is normally to increase the network among the participants and support their cooperations and unite their resources so that we can find solutions to these problems.
오늘의 첫 앞서부터 семинар өөрийн биеэ бүрдсэн транспорт семинарын амжилттай зохион байгуулж Гёнгю аймгийн орон нутгийн засгийн газрын Инхтэй аймны хамтын ажиллагааны захирал Чуу Чам Бон за Солонгосын иргэний барилгын технологийн хүрээлэнгийн Солонгосын хогийн дэд үтсийн тусгай хорооны дарга Ко Кён Тэг за Сөүлийн их сургуулийн Южэ Шим багш нарт талархаж байгаа илэрхийлье. За мөн бүгдээр хятад ард улсаас хүрэлцэн ирж энэ семинартаас оролцож байгаа маа профессор тэргүүлсэн за Лавингийн их сургуулийн төлөөлөгч нарт бас сургуулийнхаа нэрийн өмнөөс болон хувьяасаа чин сэтгэлийн талархал илэрхийлье.
And also I would like to extend my personal gratitude for the participants of this
гацаад байна.
And also, I would like to extend my personal gratitude for the Gyeongju Provincial Director General Cho Chang-pong and also Professor Ko Kyung-taek from the Korean Institute of Civil Engineering and Building Technology, and also Professor Yu Jae-shin for organizing this very important, valuable seminar successfully and participating here personally. And also I would like to say thank you to the Chinese representatives, including the Ma Professor and other Chinese professors of Lainan University, to come here and help us to organize our conference. And I would like to wish a great success to all participants.
За ингээд өнөөдрийн хорлын үйл ажиллагаа маань цааш улам өргөжин тэлж олон эрдэмтэн судлаачдыг эгнээндээ нэгтгэж олон одоо их сургуулиуд, эрдэмтгийний байгууллагууд, төр засгийн байгууллагууд та бидэнтэй бас хамтран энэ үйл ажиллагааг жил болгон бас сайхан өргөн дэлгэр зохион байгуулдаг байгаасаа гэж ингэж хүсэж байна. Эндээс гарах үр дүн маань өөрөө энэ зүүн хойд Азийн бүс нутагтаа энэ байгалийн эрсдэл хүчин зүйлүүдийг бууруулах, энэс хамааралтай олон асуудлуудыг бид хамтдаа шийдэж чаддаг ийм одоо зөв шийдлүүдийг, ухаалаг шийдлүүдийг, шинэ технологиудыг хамтдаа хийж бүтээж, хамтдаа хөгжиж урьдчилахын одоо ярилцлагыг та бүхэнд өргөё. Ингээд хурлын үйл ажиллагаанд амжилт хүсье. Баярлалаа.
And I do hope that our seminar will expand with more new participants in the next years, and also together we will can find a good solutions to the climate crisis in the Northeast Asia, and also therefore I would like to great success to our collective impact, collective efforts to make solutions for the climate crisis in this region. Thank you very much. Thank you for Professor Namnun, the President of the Mongolian University of Science and Technology, to have opening remark to all the participants in our very important seminar. Now I would like to invite our participants to have the group photo before starting our today's seminar. After that, we have very short break of coffee and tea. Then after coffee and tea break, we will have start our presentations. Thank you. I would like to invite all of you to the front stage to have the group photo for good memory. And I'm inviting you to the front to all participants to have group photo. Group photo is very important for all participants to report and next day memory, because this is our first seminar. First seminar is the most important. There must be very good photo. Ladies and gentlemen, we are inviting you to the front page. Thank you for your cooperation. Be careful, because it is sometimes dangerous. Okay. 하나, 둘, 셋, 그렇지. 스마일, 치즈. 영상 힘내요. Excuse me. Like this camera. Okay, maybe. Okay, I see. Okay, I have the notice. Okay. Okay. Yes. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Min-Soo Son. This is for the camera. Oh, yeah. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Min-Soo Son, researcher at the Korea Institute of Civil Engineering and Building Technology. First, I'm honored to present this year today. And next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. Pointer. Yeah. Okay. My presentation is ordered this slide, and first, so I'm talk about today the ecological urban planning for the climate change adaptations. As you know, global warming is the biggest cause of extreme weather events nowadays. A few weeks ago, South Korea was hit by heavy rain that caused flooding, then resulting in several human casualties. And I heard that Mongolia was experienced the same issues. Heavy rains hit the heavy rains and caused the 10 more people lives died. So I think that how do we make the safe
cities from climate change disasters. Obviously, I think that first step is to assess how dangerous our cities are, and second is to propose and apply the appropriate solutions to eliminate or reduce the risks. So I will introduce the two cases of United States and South Korea in assessing the risk of flooding due to climate change. First is hazards. Hazards is in the United States used as a natural disaster analysis tools developed by FEMA. FEMA is Federal Emergency Management Agency from 1997. Hazards can model multiple type of hazards: flooding, flood, hurricane, wind, earthquake, and etc. Hazards flood model calculate the physical damage and economic losses due to coastal and river inundation. Losses calculate use function that relate to the depth and type of flood, to the degree of damage for various category buildings. This is the steps and presentation time, so I will just skip this slides. You can see how to measure risks for flooding functions and calculate the depths and building damages. So to summarize, the key point of hazards is to analyze the stream network of water and to determine the extent and depths of flooding. And by utilizing the DM and topography of the research area. So next case is the Seoul. Analyzed the flooding risk for Seoul in context by considering the characteristic of hazards. So this research to measure the overall level of flooding vulnerability in Seoul with three type of index. First is gray infra, second is green infra, and third is social infra. So I defined the indicators, three type of index. This is using the variables. And lastly, I calculate the flooding risk variables, the two types index. First is gray infra index, and second is green infra index. Gray infra is more risk for flooding. Green infra is lower risk for flooding. And then this figure is the procedure of the calculations. This is the result. Green index is the hotspot map, and green infra, and risk index the summarized two index. So this map is the by standardization result two index. So I think this research adapt to the Ulaanbaatar cities. This map is the Ulaanbaatar topography. As you've seen, UB Ulaanbaatar is the think topography to prone to flooding. This is reservoir to water. So very dangerous reasons for flooding. So this issues, as shown the figure, is key point is urbanizations. Urbanization impedes the absorption of rainwater into ground due to paved surface such as road. So 55% is runoff by road. So this is very serious issues. So rainwater accumulate in a short period of time, increasing the level of flooding. So I suggest the solutions for the LID, low impact development. So this is LID is the best solution to these problems in UB. As shown in the figure, there are two types of LID. First is hard engineering is engineering based. Soft engineering is natural based solutions. And this is examples. Engineering based solution is especially to the release the flooding, such as pipe and reservoir, and based solution, nature-based solution is the water by reduce the flooding by watershed. And this figure shows the left side is engineering-based solutions, right side is natural-based solutions, and so several solutions adapt to the UB. So I showed and this is mixed solutions, engineering-based and natural-based. So ultimately, the key to reducing flooding risk is the utilize the mix of nature and engineering solutions adapt to the regional environment. So this is a very important key issue. So I think these issues the more talk about and researching for Ulaanbaatar cities. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for Mr. Sam Min-suk for making a very interesting presentation. Now I would like to invite the next speaker. Next speaker is from China Liaoning University, Professor Ma Xuan. And her presentation is also related to eco-city planning.
In fact, achieving the goal of going smart is relatively easier for as long as we have advanced technology and enough financial support, labor force, etc. There won't be problems at all. And it seems that when the city is equipped with all smart functions, the task is done or is almost done. Well, on the other hand, going eco is a lot more complicated and can never be done because building ecological cities involves working perpetually towards the goal. The relationship behind the rationale behind this is only when people keep making efforts together to make the cities ecologically sustainable can we say that they are eco-cities. What's more, eco-cities should be maintained and even better or harder conserved by generations after generations. So we cannot stop there. In this sense, I'd say we are always on the way to the real and long-lasting eco-cities. This is what a smart city looked like and all the factors it needed. And for an eco-city, we also have some factors lived there. But after comparison, we should say reaching the goal of building an eco-city is not a lot harder, because even though you have satisfied all the needs, all the things that you want to achieve, you still can't stop there. People should always keep in their mind how to conserve the energy, how to save the nature, something like that. And we want to infill this kind of thoughts into people, especially younger generations. So, having realized that building eco-cities are more challenging and more demanding than building smart cities, Liaoning University is determined to take some actions. We have School of Environment, School of Life Sciences, and Environmental Engineering Studies Institute. Scholars and experts from these schools and the research institute have been engaging in research on environmental issues, biodiversity issues, etc. In addition to their professional studies directly on the environmental and biodiversity improvement, many teachers from other colleges and schools of Liaoning University want to make their contribution to this social progress through education for sustainable development. In fact, Liaoning University stresses education for sustainable development so much so that we are now working with Earth Charter International, a non-profit international organization dedicated to the cause of well-being of the Earth and powering the Earth Charter global involvement movement with information, networking, and education to turn conscience into action. So I can stop here. Time is there. All right. So I would like to conclude this by moving a little down here. So we have an Earth Charter. This is a very small book, and it has 4 main aspects and 16 principles. Liaoning University has been doing that to educate the students and the teachers. We all have established a kind of values inside us. We want to encourage younger generations to move forward by keeping their mind of nature conservation, things like these ideas, and spread it. So we also want to join the UNESCO, UNESCO chair position by doing this. So more than 500 teachers and students have been involved in this project. We have made great progress. I would like to send this paper to you for you to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this understanding our time limit.
Yeah.
And thank you very much for your comprehensive presentations. Now I would like to invite the last speaker of this session. The last speaker is Professor Ingto. She is from the National University of Mongolia.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ingto. I work at the National University of Mongolia as a lecturer in environmental engineering program. So I'd like to, in brief, 2020, he suggested that ecological urbanism can be developed based on these 6 principles, and one of them is a circular metabolism. So waste management is more or less related to the circular metabolism in order to make it an eco-city. So since development of the circular economy, all other countries trying to implement now a 10R principle, which is guided by the refuse, rethink, and reduce principle. However, now in Mongolia, we are still focusing on how to implement 3R principle: reduce, reuse, and recycling. We have not considered the current development of this rethinking and repurposing or remanufacturing or redesigning of the products. So in the key strategies and solutions in order to develop the eco-city, there's 6 areas that should be considered, and one of them is a sustainable waste management, which includes 4 solutions. And currently, I will only discuss about the smart waste collection systems which can be implemented in Mongolia in order to prevent the pollution, as well as the recovering the materials and resources. So now we have still implementing the end pipe strategy, which is a liner metabolism. So waste generates, and then we have quite good collection now, but still we dump it in the landfill. And there are some recycling activities which goes by the scavengers, and some small and medium enterprises which have which mainly focuses on the plastic recycling. Since 2012, our collection rate is improved. However, we are still missing the segregation or separation of the wastes. So now annually we produce around 2.5 million tons of waste per Mongolia, and per capita it's annually one person generates around 732.5 kilograms of waste. And most of them are generated from the GER districts, which means that our GER districts is expanding and expanding each year. And this is some information about the hazardous waste, and most of them are generated from the hospital and industries. So we have these technologies are mostly disinfection and maybe some chemical and physical treatment, and after that we still landfill it. Based on the composition of waste in municipal waste, we have more than around 40% of the waste is organic compounds, organic waste from food waste. The rest of them are plastics, and only around 7.7% of the waste is not segregable waste, which should be maybe landfilled or incinerated. So the rest of the almost 80% of waste that we generate can be either recycled or reused or remanufactured. And one of the ways to improve the collection as well as the recycling cycle, currently with the support of the International Donor Organization, there was one study to improve the collection rate and make the collection more environmentally and economically efficient. They used the traveling salesman problem as well as the vehicle routing problem, the optimization modeling methods to improve the collection of each district in Ulaanbaatar city. Currently, the collection is usually based on the administrative unit, but if you see the our landscape of the Ulaanbaatar city is quite long, and based on the administrative unit, collection is not really not economically feasible in the further run. And so as my previous two presenters mentioned about the flood risks and their impacts in Korea as well as in China, we also have same situation. But if we have some recycling activity of organic wastes to make it a compost and maybe rehabilitate the eroded soils in the Gare districts, we could have maybe mitigate some risks of the flooding and maybe make it more eco-friendly environment in the Gare districts. We have some recycling activity, but overall it doesn't reach 10% of all generated wastes. So most of the small and medium enterprises of waste, recycling of waste is focused on the plastics, PET and LDP and HDPs. Only these three kind of plastics are recycled in Mongolia. And we have one company which focuses on the recycling of the paper, and they produce the packaging materials. And some food and wood waste recycling, and mostly they produce briquette for the fuel. Glass recycling, we don't have any company which recycles the glass. They mostly collected, and some of the big beverage companies, they reuse the glasses, but however, we don't have any recycling activity on the glass. So thank you. This is a brief situation where we are now to becoming an eco-city. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the first two speakers for completing their presentations on time. And we are moving to our next session. The next session is Eco-Infrastructure to Climate Crisis. I would like
드렸는데. 손민수 박사님. 네.
Nice to meet you. I am Young Peppo from KFC. Today I will present the green infrastructure construction technology for disaster resilience. One of the main issues of global will be global warming. As you know, abnormal climate is occurring due to global warming. So recently, drought and flooding have occurred frequently.
This problem are not problem on one country, but problem or the whole world. This year, unfortunately, Korea, Mongolia, China is very damaged by flood. Flood water level is set when developing rivers to prevent flooding. Generally, the design flooding level is set based on the precaution of flooding occurrence. In Korea, design 15 years to 18 years for local river, and 100 years for national river. It must restrict the act of constructing building within the flood control area. But if the embankment is carried out above the height, including pre-flood in the design flood level, and the building can be constructed. I will interest you green for infrastructure concept technology in KICT. The first technology is roll depth and high strength precast bridge technology. This bridge is made using ultra high performance concrete and super concrete. The strength of ultra high performance concrete has over 120 megapascal. The strength of normal concrete has 20 megapascal to 30 megapascal. So the strength of ultra high performance concrete is over 5 times to normal concrete. Anyway, this bridge system has 2/3 of gutter depth and 1/2 of weighting compared to concrete bridge. Excellent construction and construction cost down to 30% compared to city composite bridge, and very, very long lifespan, 200 years. This bridge is advantageous for flooding because it increases the flooding cross-section area by about 25%. Another technology is rainwater storage facilities. This system is rainwater storage capacity increased by about 70%. Flooding country improved by 70 to 18%. Peak load capacities have about 60 tons. This rainwater storage system was installed on road in Seoul. Test result, the performance is very, very good. So I think STEM, this technology will be effective when installed in regulatory flood road and on the path. I talk about technology securing small scale domestic water in the record drought areas. The sand dam is a type of underground dam. Dam installed over bedrock
and filling by permeable water material, such as sand, and then water stored in the secured space. I want to introduce to natural friendly green road construction technology. This slide shows warming mixed asphalt pavement. The temperature of warming mixed asphalt pavement roll by more than degree of 30 compared to traditional hand mixed asphalt. Warm mixed asphalt pavement can be reduced CO2 by about 30%. On mixed asphalt pavement, the very low carbon technology. This slide shows curved pavement technology. This technology is made coating of road pavement surface by special material. Temperature decrease maximum degree of 20 in lab test and degree of 7 to 10 in pilot test. This slide shows water keeping pavement technology. This technology made filling of porous asphalt pavement by water-absorbing materials. Also, the temperature decreased by more than degree of 10 per surface pavement. And this slide shows natural friendly road pavement technology using recycled plastic and recycled glass powder. The test result, the performance is very good. Finally, global, talking about the global cooperation. One of the main research, the KICT, is natural disaster prevent and resilience technology. KICT has some R&D infrastructure, and there are also various research department related disaster resilience. KICT solve global problem through cooperative global infrastructure development project. Based on today's seminar, it is, I hope that the technology to overcome natural disaster will be developed. Cooperation with Mongolia, China, and Korea will be needed. I hope that this seminar will continue next year as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Koh Kyung-taek, to have very useful, important presentations. I would like to invite the second speaker of this session. The second speaker is Hua Hai-Chuan. She is from Yunnan University of China. Oh, okay, I'm sorry, there is a change in the list. The next speaker is from the National University of Mongolia, Professor Soyultun Sermacho, and her topic also relates to this session. Thank you.
Okay, good morning everybody. My name is Soil Hirten. I'm working at the National University of Mongolia, the Department of Environmental and Forest Engineering. My presentation topic is the climate change and disaster in Mongolia. This is includes not my own research work, and the presentation was prepared based on the just information of the current situation of this topic. And also I'd like to say the co-author of this presentation, who is Professor Dr. Mukht Tsitsik, teacher of the hydrology of National University of Mongolia. First, this is the content of my presentation. First of all, I'd like to give a brief introduction of the country, and then we'll discuss the progress of climate change in Mongolia. And then some information about the climate change impact assessment made in Mongolia in current years. And the last, I'd like to introduce some possible topics related to climate change and disaster in Mongolia. This is the country, brief introduction of the country. As you know, the Mongolia is located in the China and Russia. It means that we located in a very far from the ocean. This leads to very harsh weather. We have a very broad interval of the air temperature. The winter air temperature is dropped to about minus 50 degrees, but in summer, the very hot and dry air temperature until almost the plus 40 degrees. Almost half of the people of the total Mongolia live in the Ulaanbaatar city, so it is the very sensitive, it makes the very sensitive condition in the natural disaster and also the environmental pollution. Regarding the climate change aspect, the Mongolia is one of the main source area of yellow dust. The dust storm mainly occurred in the southern part of Mongolia, but in the current years, the source area is expanding to cover in the northern and central part of Mongolia. So it means that if environmental degradation of Ulaanbaatar city, this will be a very crucial issue to the other Asian, North Asian countries, because the environmental pollution and polluted dust can be transferred by the atmospheric transport to Korea and also in other Northeast Asian countries. As mentioned in the previous presentations, Ulaanbaatar is located in the Dom Valley. It means that there's some risky location to the environmental disasters. Ulaanbaatar is one of the coldest capital city in the world, and also in the current years it called that the most polluted cities in the world, especially in the winter time due to harsh and cold weather in winter season. And also most of the people of Ulaanbaatar city, about 60% of the population lives in the Giri areas. Giri area means there is no any heating supply, and also the drinking water, central drinking water supplies. So it means it causes the people's vulnerability to climate-related disasters. From now, I'll introduce the climate change progress in Mongolia. And also, Mongolia is one of the countries most affected in the global warming. The mean annual temperature has increased by 2.3 Celsius since the 1940, and winter temperature increased twice as summer. And as a result of the climate warming, the various environmental issues was caused, such as the permafrost declination and also the drought and also the forest declining and some other impacts on the ecosystem. This topic will be discussed in the afternoon, so I'll skip this content. And in the recent research, it is published in just last month in the Nature Communications, Mongolia is projected to warm 1.7 times the global average throughout the century. It means that the climate-related disasters will be more harsh in the near future in Mongolia. The climate change-related impact assessment made in Mongolia on the several topics, including the water resource and runoff regime, and also land use. And I'd like to introduce some of them in this time. This is the example of climate change impact on the runoff regime. The co-author of this presentation, Dr. Mukhtsitsig, made this work. They evaluated the runoff regime changes in the current 40 years in Mongolia. They calculated and analyzed the statistical data and obtained some results. The mean monthly temperature and precipitation anomaly were shown in this figure. In this figure, the circle sample indicates the first interval for the period of 1978 to the 1995, and the three ranges showing the next session of the time interval. From this slide, as you can see, the significant increase in air temperature has shown on the catchments and second period compared to the first. The strong reduction in the runoff of the rivers. It means that the very bad future will become in the near future if the climate warming continue this rate. And also the climate change impacts on the water resource and water quality in Mongolia too much. This is a slide showing the total number of the lakes in Mongolia, in the total area of the lake in Mongolia in the red lines, and the number of the dried lakes in current years in Mongolia in the blue line. As you can see here, the water resources declining year by year in Mongolia to very quickly. And the next figure showing that the research result from the lake located in the southern Mongolia. The lake area is decreased between the 2015 to 2020, and with this decreasing, the toxic elements such as the uranium and arsenic concentration increased too much. It reached almost 100 ppm of arsenic and also the very high concentration of uranium. I have to do. And from now, I'd like to introduce some disaster in Mongolia, but it's not working, I think. Yeah, Mongolia is also one of the most disaster-prone countries in the world. The common disasters are including the Zod and dust storm, drought, floods, and wildfire, and also earthquakes. In the most common disaster in the storm, which is charging about the 36% of the total disaster numbers, the flood and wildfire and extreme temperature, which means to call it the Zod disasters, follows. It means the most three common disasters are directly related to the climate change. And in some years, the wildfire is charging the most person. This figure showing that the number of the disaster events in 2018. They also the significant rises of probability of the Zod phenomenon that increased the probability events projected between the 5 to 40% during this century. The flash flooding is also one of the problem in Mongolia. This figure showing that the total evidence of the flash flooding across the Mongolia. And but there is a very poor understanding about the economic impact, and also the projections couldn't don't find any relationship between the climate change and flood evidences in Mongolia yet. Flash flooding is discussed in the previous presentations, and due to the lack of the very good regulation of the land ownership in Mongolia, and the very many people who moved from the rural area to Ulaanbaatar live in the Giri area. Giri area is shown by the red color in Ulaanbaatar, red color in this map, and it makes the very extreme vulnerable condition to natural disasters to these people. And also, I'd like to show the flood risk assessment and the flood risk assessment map of Ulaanbaatar. There are several kinds of maps made in Ulaanbaatar, but they are mainly based on the satellite images and geographical conditions. There is no any good I think there is no any good assessment based on the social gray and green aspects. So we think that there is still need to make the method and also the make the good flood risk assessment in Ulaanbaatar. And this is just the concluding remarks, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you for making very comprehensive presentations. And I would like to invite the next speaker. Next speaker is the Gwa Hai Chung from Chinese Nanyang University.
They will open. Okay. They will open.
Huh?
Wait a little.
Okay.
They will open.
Okay.
Can you?
No.
This is from camera. Camera phone.
I don't need it.
Now yes, they would like to record your presentations for the camera,
Okay.
not for the audience.
Okay. Camera.
Yes, camera. It's the camera in would like to record presentations. Can you put it in your pocket? Thank you.
Okay. No problem. It's okay? It's okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Guo Haijia. I'm from Liaoning University of China. Today, I'm pleased to have a short speak about eco-city construction from the aspect of a healthy water cycle. It is well known with the development of urbanization, the high concentration of urban population, industry, and agriculture has brought a series of problems such as climate change, depletion and shortage of natural resources, and some severe social problems such as housing shortage, traffic, reduced green space, rolling education, and so on. And it is necessary to urban ecological construction. This means the coordinated development of human and nature. With the high development of China, it is definitely developed that the construction of ecological civilization is a fundamental plan related to the sustainable development of China. In addition, it is of great meanings to strengthen global cooperation, share challenge and resources, and establish global ecological balance. So, to realize high-quality urban development, it is very important to realize ecological priority, green and low-carbon development, thus achieving carbon peak and carbon neutrality. This is also the canon of eco-city construction. The concept of eco-city was developed by UNESCO. This means we should realize a highly coordinated and harmonious artificial composite ecosystem of society, economy, culture, and nature established according to ecological principles. So, building a composite ecosystem of nature, society, technology to achieve social civilization and urban sustainable development is the objective of the eco-city construction. It is well known from the history of urbanization. Every city, almost all the city, is developed by the water and surrounded by the water. This means water is the spirit of the city. So we should well recognize the water problems with the development of urbanization. In China, with the urbanization process, there are a lot of water problems, such as, for example, there are water resource shortage for more than 60% cities in China. Second, there are a lot of damages of urbanization process on the natural water system. In addition, there are great effect of city and industrial planning on water environment in terms of both quality and quantity. Also, difficulties in storing river morphology and hydrological characters caused by high artificialization. Of course, there are also different degrees of underground water pollution for more than 50% cities in China. So it is very important. So in China, we say the construction of water ecological civilization is one of the most important components for eco-city construction. So we must foreign the concept of harmony between people, between human and water. It is of great significance to achieve sustainable utilization of urban water resource and improve of water environment, thus increasing water environmental benefits and supporting harmony development of economy and society. So it is necessary to well recognize the urban water system. Urban water system generally include basic units such as surface water, groundwater, water supply system, drainage system of recycled water, water erosion prevention and control system, and river, lake water bodies. This means there are two cycles in urban water system, natural cycles of water, and social cycle of water, both of which are mutually constrained and interdependent. For this, as shown in the figure, the natural cycle, for the organization, the social cycle of water is very important. For example, natural body can be used as a water resource. We fetch water, convey water, drinking water, convey water after drinking water treatment to users, and then drink out of the water, and after wastewater treatment, we discharge the water to natural bodies. This means This is related to water resource, water quality safety, and the water environment criteria. But as we know, the wastewater treatment is at cost of energy. This means it's a high-cost process. With the treatment of wastewater, with the treatment of wastewater, the pollutant in water can be changed into climate, can result in climate change, and also result in solid production. This means it is very important to develop sustainable water resource and how we can save energy and reduce pollutant emission. But with the higher standard water discharge, of course, there are higher quality of water discharged to natural body, but whether higher standard for water discharge, there are better environment quality and ecological benefits. This is a problem. To realize better water cycling, it is very important to develop some technologies to save energy and reduce action, and realize resource utilization. For example, in this social cycle of water, we will realize energy and resource recovery and water reuse. This means reducing energy consumption, reducing pollutants and greenhouse gas emission, and recycling resource are changed in achieving sustainable wastewater management. For this purpose, some key technology will be used for the wastewater treatment, such as some bio-augmentation wastewater treatment technologies, sludge disposal technology for stabilization, reduction, and resource utilization. For refractory organic wastewater treatment technologies, and the resource and energy utilization of organic waste. Of course, we should well recognize the wastewater treatment discharge standard. It's better the standard should fit for purpose. This means for different purpose, we should use different discharge standard. It's better to realize moderate treatment of wastewater and realize optimal use of water. For wastewater treatment, it's better to make full use of green treatment facilities. This means we use green and green wastewater treatment technologies as much as possible. It can realize low carbon and green water environment governance and ecological improvement, such as we use the wetland or some ecological pond. You say for conditional wastewater treatment, it's a great method. If we make full use of the wetland, pond, lakes, and rivers, we can full use the green method to lower the cost. There are some key technologies. In fact, it's also the conventional technologies used so far. For example, the constructed wetland, the ecological pond. There are typical case in China. It's carried out by our team in Heilongjiang province. This is a project of constructing the wetland. It's used to treat treat effluent from open wastewater plants. The treatment capacity is 2,000 tons per day. It's also been a wetland park now. To better realize the open healthy water cycling, so far the concept of sponge city is widely used in China. The sponge with city construction it's how to say, it's equal to the construction mode of low pad department. This used in this concept is realized besides artificial enhancement technologies, we also take advantage of natural system functions such as lakes, such as wetland, such as ponds. Combine all these different components, we realize the green, blue, and gray different technology integrated.
I would really appreciate if you keep
This
time.
is related to water resource, water environment, aquatic ecology, water safety, and water quality. In fact, for open, in my opinion, for realized open healthy water cycle system, it's mainly to extend the social cycle time of open water and to optimize the material and energy flow in water system. It's related to water resource, water environment, water ecology, water safety, and water culture. This is the advances of water resource and water environment improvement in China, corresponding to realize the ecological water cycling from 1010 to 1030. There are different work plan in water environment, water resource, aquatic ecology, and water management by the government. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your comprehensive presentations. Now we are also moving to another session. The another session's name is Urban and Garden. There are two. I would like to invite the next speaker. The next speaker is Jongsang Song from the Seoul National University.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jong Sang-sung from Seoul National University in Korea. It's a great pleasure and honor to have a chance to share with my idea with you this time. But I'm sorry, but I prepared a lot. But because of time limit, I will skip several slides and explain very quickly. Please understand me. I think there are many images, so hope you can easily catch up with me, and later you can find and check what I said now. So please feel relaxed and enjoy my presentation. Next, please. Next, please.
Can you change the presentations, please? The technical staff, please.
This is change?
Yes,
Okay.
Yes, you can change.
Okay. I begin with talking about cognition and issues on these postmodern societies. Then I will move to several representative drives and outcomes with 12 perspectives on urban park and green in postmodern society. And after that, I will summarize my talk today. Firstly, I want to share with some remarkable changes of urban society and environment in 21st century. These days, big paradigm is everywhere, including information societies, climate change, technology innovation, and mega and deep changes in culture. Second is rediscovering the value and the benefit of urban park and green in this postmodern city. You can later find and check the details. And from now on, I will talk about some representative trials and outcomes on urban park and green with 12 perspectives. Among 12 perspectives, I'll explain only 6 items because of time limit, which I think is more relevant to the topic of this seminar. I hope you can find and review all other items later. The first perspective I will share with you is urban park as a leading agent for urban development. I think urban park can play a significant role for urban development and also can play as an effective catalyst for successful development of new town. And it's usually used for main promotion good for the new town development. And you can see some representative cases below. I would share with you some representative case in Korea. The first one is Gangyo New Town Central Park. As you can see here, this is a large and very huge park which they showed for the new town development. Yeah, because as you can see here, this kind of images can play a very good agent for the promoting new town development. And the second is park as a symbol and or images of city or country. Urban park also can play as a symbolic icon for city and country. And it also can play as a representative images for city, and it also represents the city's history and identity. You can see, I say, easily can find this kind of case in worldwide cities like Central Park, New York, or Parc Lavillette in Paris, and even Cheonggyecheon renovation in Seoul City. Yeah, as you already agree with me, I think Central Park represents New York City. So New York is a kind of Central Park. So without Central Park, I think New York's image has very different right now. And the second case is, as you can heard about many times, about the Cheonggye River Park. The length is about 6 kilometers long. And as you can see here, this is a very important river in the middle of Seoul City. And it developed like this. So now it can play as a symbolic images and place for Seoul City now. Sorry, but I'll skip all other these slides and move to the perspective 5, multi-complex platform for art and culture. So sorry, but please enjoy the images now, and you can, I hope you can find and check later. This is another post-industry park in Seoul. I designed. The renovation. Yes. PIP's perspectives is park as a multi-complex platform for art and culture. Usually, park can be as a venue for art and cultural program, and they give a chance to citizens to enjoy art and culture in everyday life. So I will show you some representative case in the Olympic Sculpture Park in Seattle City. I think it is kind of a multi-complex platform for art and culture. It's within the center of Seattle City. And as you can see here, there are so many artistic sculpture and some cultural event is always happen in this park. And then I will skip the 6 perspectives. But this is kind of park can play as a representation of locality or landscape character and identity of a country. This is one case of Hoogeveen National Park in Netherlands. As you can see here, you can see the very unique and characteristic landscape of Netherlands in this park. They have also a wonderful museum called the Craig Miller Museum within the park. Yes, the 7th perspectives I would share with you is a park can be operating environmental control complex as a living machine. I think green is a kind of living machine for urban environment, and it can play a multi-function for the control of urban environment, like such as urban flooding, the microclimate, and the biodiversity, and air quality, etc. You can see many cases in the worldwide city, but I would share with you one examples of South Cliff Park in London City. It actually is a good case for the green infra park for biodiversity and urban flooding control. It's a very simple park, but it can, at the usual, you can see this kind of a peaceful landscape, and it can play as a water storage park when flooding comes. And another case I would say is National Marine Bioresource Museum in Chang'an City, Korea. I designed this area, but the main issue was drainage plans. As you can see here, they started like this, the traditional civil engineering style. It was entirely on the drainage style, and they have a single detention pond. Then I tried to change it into the multi-wetland and disposal water treatment system. So it can play as to enhance open ditch drainage, and they also have many detention and infiltration, evaporation pond, like you can see the images. Yes, there are also some other techniques. Oops. This is a final design of mine, but unfortunately it was not completed like this. And then perspective number 5 is green infrastructure as a catalyst for urban regenerations. Also here I show you the one representative case of Changyecheon River, but I don't repeat to explain this case. Another good
Sun, excuse me.
Okay.
We need also to keep the time limit.
Okay.
I would
I try to my best now. Okay. Another representative case is Ohio River Rehabilitation and Regeneration of Pittsburgh City in USA. The Mayor Tom Murphy, he tried many plans to rehabilitate the Ohio River. So as you can see, there are so many plans and strategies to change the city. And so now the city showed such kind of good landscape and good images. So as long as I know, Pittsburgh City is one of the best livable city in USA. And then I move to this 10th perspective, social capital for interaction and communication. Green can be a catalyst for social capital. There are so many, there are so many researches and projects in the world these days for this kind of trials. So green space can increase informal contact between the residents. So garden and park is can play as a venue for social interactions. There are so many researches, but I will show you some of my researches these days. This is a very short researches of my own, and I compared with the social interactions between users and non-users of urban community gardens like this. As you can see here, the left one, the users show the so diverse and very compact relationship between the residents. Then the community center and even then urban park. And then I would summarize my talk today. This is one International Garden Expo. Sorry. I would share with you my idea. The idea is rediscovering the benefit of urban park and green in this postmodern society. I think green is not just wise. It has multiple and complex benefits, like environmental, economic, and social, cultural, and mental, etc. So I think it's very important for us. You should think beyond the visual, urban park and green is evolving continuously, should be evolving continuously. Thank you.
Thank you for meeting the time limit and understanding our demand. And thank you for your very informative presentations. I would like to invite the next speaker of this session. The next speaker is Stephen Satum from Ulaanbaatar City. Is he here? Okay, he's coming. Thank you. And also, I would really appreciate if you meet the time limit. Thank you. Thank you. And the presentation will be in English, and the speaker will speak in Mongolian for important sites. I will translate for him. Okay. this presentation will be translated into English. Slide by slide.
За та бүхэнд энэ өдрийн мэд хүргэе. Өнөөдөр Цөөхөн даанцын их сургуулиудын дунд болж эрдэмжилгэний баг хуралд оролцож байгаа бас Улаанбаатар хотын ногоон байгууламж төлөвлөлт энэ зүгээс бас та бүхэнд бас талархаж байгааг илэрхийлье.
And good morning, and I'm very delighted to participate in now Indian computer seminar on technology, and also I'm very happy to introduce the long-term facility policy of Ulaanbaatar City.
За тэгээд өнөөдөр бол танилцуулах сэдв маань Улаанбаатар хотын ногоон байгууламжийн бодлого, за өнөөгийн байдлал тэр бүхэн өдөр Улаанбаатар хотод хэрэгжиж байгаа талаас товчхон мэдээллүүдийг өгч байна.
I will give you a brief introduction about the urban green policy and the Billion Tree National Program.
За Улаанбаатар хотын хөгжлийн бодлого ерөнхийдөө
оны Улаанбаатар хотын хөгжлийн бодлогын баримтчгээр бид нар үндсэн бодлого баримталж явдаг. За мөн алсын хараа 2050 шин сэргэлтийн бодлого, за мөн томоохон бодлогын баримтчгүүдтэй Улаанбаатар хотын хөгжлийн бодлогын бодлого уялдуулан төлөвлөж ажилладаг байгаа.
The development policy of Ulaanbaatar City normally relies on the Ulaanbaatar City's General Development Plan until 2040, and also a national vision of 2050, and also the National New Recovery Policy Program.
За Улаанбаатар хотын бид бүхэн бол Улаанбаатар хотын ногоон байгууламжийг бол нэг хүнд ноодох ногоон байгууламжийн хэмжээгээр бол хязгаарлаж, хэмжээгээр бол тооцогдож, одоо ногоон байгууламжийн төлөвлөлтөө бол тооцож цааш нь бодлогодоо бол уялдуулан ажилладаг байгаа. Тэгэхээр өнөөдрийн байдлаар Улаанбаатар хотод нэг хүнд ноодох ногоон байгууламжийн хэмжээ бол 5.1 м²-т байдалтай байж байгаа. Дэлхийн эрүүл мэндийн байгууллагаас бол нэг хүнд ноодох ногоон байгууламжийн хэмжээг бол 9 м²-т бол байх ийм зөвлөмж хүргэлдэг. Мөн олон улсын жишээ бол ерөөсөө хамгийн дээд хэмжээ нь бол 24 м². Мөн Сингапурын зарим одоо хөгжилтэй улсууд бол 28 м² хүртэл нэг хүнд ноодох ногоон байгууламжийн хэмжээг бол тооцож ажилладаг, одоо төлөвлөж ажилладаг байна.
We normally measure the average amount of green space according to the per capita, and the average square meter, average amount for the World Health Organization is 9 square meters. This is the recommendation by the World Health Organization. The maximum achievement in the world is 24 square meters.
За Улаанбаатар хот бол суурьшлийн бүсээрээ бол 36 мянган гаад талбайд одоо суурьшлийн бүсээр хязгаарлагддаг. За үүний ерөөсөө 1.8% нь л ногоон байгууламж одоо байдаг гэж бүтээгдэхүүн судалгаа гаргасан байна. За тэр нь бол нийтдээ 637.7 га талбайгаар бол ногоон байгууламж хязгаарлагдаж байгаа. За эхлээд ингэ.
Ulaanbaatar normally located with the space of 30 hectare areas, but only the 1.8% of the hectare is green space.
Тэгээ Улаанбаатар хотын ногоон байгууламжийг нийтдээ 3 ангилж одоо үздэг байна. Нийтийн хэрэгцээний тусгай хязгаарлагдмал гэж. За нийтийн хэрэгцээнд бол мэдээж цэцэрлэг түрээлэн, за замын голын, замын хажуугийн хэмжлэн цэцэрлэг одоо нийтийн эзэмшлийн ногоон байгууламжуудыг бол тооцож оруулдаг. За хэд тусгай зориултын ногоон байгууламж гэдэг нь бол оршуулгын газар ч гэдэг юм уу, цэргийн анги ч гэдэг юм уу, иймэрхүү тусгай одоо бүст байж байгаа ногоон байгууламжийг бол тооцдог. За хязгаарлагдмал зориулалт гэхлээр сургууль цэцэрлэг эмнэлгийн хашаа, боловсролын байгууллага мэтлэн байгууллагуудын хашаанд ургасан ногоон байгууламжийг бол тооцдог.
Green space and Ulaanbaatar City is divided into three parts, three types. First one is green space for public use. The second one is green space for special purposes. Third one is green space for restricted purposes. For special purposes, green spaces are normally located around the military facility or other special facility. And public purpose green space is normally designed for the public, and for restricted purpose spaces normally located around the schools, kindergartens.
За ингээд талбай хэмжээнд байгаа учраас ингээд гаргачих. За түрүүнд олон улсын жишгийг өдрөхөд тооцож үзсэн байгаа. Тэгээд нэг хүнд ногоон байгууламжийн хэмжээгээр одоо хамгийн их хэмжээд тооцогддог улс бол газар нутаг нэг хүнд ногоон байгууламжийн хэмжээ гэдгээр тооцогдоод Сингапур улсыг бол тооцож үзсэн. Бид нар эхний 12 улсыг бол ерөнхий нэг хүнд ногоон байгууламжийн хэмжээ нь ямар түвшинд байдаг талаар бол судалгаа гаргаж үзсэн байгаа. Тэгээд нэг хүнд ногоон байгууламжийн хэмжээ бол ингээд зурагтуул харагдчихна.
And also we compare the green space of the world places. The largest the country that has the largest green space is the Singapore. And as you see that Mongolia, the situation from these statistics.
Маш хурдан тавьчихсан шүү дээ.
And I would like to make a presentation quickly to meet the pandemic.
За тэгээд Улаанбаатар хотын ногоон байгууламжийг бол бид бүхэн яг хэрэгжүүлдэг цэцэрлэгжүүлэлтийн мастер төлөв гэж үндсэн том бодлогын баримтчигтэй. Тэгэхээр энэ бодлогын баримтчиг бол 2030 он хүртэл хөгжүүлэх том үндсэн бодлого хэрэгжүүлж явж байгаа. За үндсэн том концепц нь ямар учиртай вэ гэхээр гэр ороллын аль нэг бүсээс гэрээсээ гараад 5 минут талахад ногоон бүсд очдог байх хэмжээний үндсэн концепцийг бол энэ бодлогын баримтчид бид нар тусгасаж одоо цааш бодлогын хэрэгжүүлэх ажилдаа тусган ажиллаж байна гэсэн.
Ulaanbaatar city has green facility and cultural planning, and this according to this planning document, we have to increase the accessibility of green space around the gill areas.
Тэгээд энэ бодлогын баримтчиг хэрэгжүүлснээр одоо түрүүнд одоо нэг хүнд ногоон байгууламжийн хэмжээг бол 24-с 30 м2-д хүргэх бас үндсэн том одоо бодлого төлөвлөн ажиллаж байгаа.
We are very ambitious to increase the green space for until 2024. Or 34.5 square meter.
За төсөв бол яг хөө жил болгон бол Улаанбаатар хотын ногоон байгууламжийг нэмэгдүүлэх тал дээр төсөв бол тодорхой шалтгаан нэмэгдэж бол явсан байгаа. Тэгэхээр энэ тоо онцлог дээр бол харагдаж байна.
The budget for green facilities and garden and have been increasing from year to year, as you see from this graphic.
За ногоон байгууламжийг бас нэмэгдүүлэхээс гадна бид бүхэн бол Улаанбаатар хотод одоо байгаа ногоон байгууламжийн арчилгааг өдөр тутмын арчилгааг удирдах хийгдэж явдаг байна. Үндсэндээ нэг юм 22 ажилбарын хүрээнд ногоон байгууламжийн арчилгааг өдөр тутамдаа хийж явж байна.
And also we also focus on increasing the garden and space in facility in Ulaanbaatar, and also we maintain care for these facilities.
Ногоон байгууламжийг бол одоо тоон мэдээлэлээр бид бүхэн захимжуулж ерөнхийдөө судалгаа хийж явж байгаа гэсэн үг. Тэгэхээр одоо бол нэг модыг захимаар одоо бүртгэгдээд бол явж байгаа гэсэн. Бүр нийтдээ бүртгэгдээд явж байгаа гэсэн.
We have created a quantitative database for the green facility. Each three statistics is included.
За яарал атгах шиг байна. За юу яа? Тэр бүмод үндэсний хөдөлгөөний хүрээнд бол хэрэгжүүлж байгаа ажлыг бас товчхон танилцуулж явж байгаа базаад.
And also I would like to make a brief introduction about the Billion Tree National Program.
За бид бүхэн бол одоо үндсэн том бас хэрэгжүүлж байгаа нэг томоохон ажил бол тэр бүмод үндэсний хөдөлгөөний хүрээнд ерөнхийлөгчийн эв нэгдлийн цэцэрлэг төрөлхөн гэж бид бүхэн байгуулах ажлыг эхлүүлж явж байгаа. Энэ нь үндсэндээ 24,000 га талбай дээр төлөвлөлтийн ажил эхлээд одоо урьдчилан байдлаар эхлээд мод үржүүлэх ажлууд эхэлсэн гэж явж байна гэсэн.
According to the program, we have planned to establish Solidarity Park named after the President of Mongolia. It will be 32-hectare area of tree breeding.
За тэгээд тэр бүмод үндэсний хөдөлгөөнд бол Улаанбаатар хотод нийт 120 сая мод тархитгаар ажиллаж байна. За түүнээс суурьшлийн бүсүүд бол 65 сая мод бол дүүрэг болгоноор бол хуваарлалтаараа ингээд тоо хэмжээгээр үзүүлэлт гаргаж байна.
Total to this national program, we are going to grow 120 million trees around Ulaanbaatar.
За бас нэг хэрэгжүүлж байгаа ажил бол дүүрэг болон томоохон цэцэрлэг төрөлнгүүдийг бол төлөвлөн ажиллаж байгаа. За эхнээсээ цэцэрлэг төрөлнгүүд нь бол ашиглалтанд ороод үндсэндээ иргэдтэй бүрэлд явж байна. Тэгэхээр дараагийн жилүүд хэрэгжүүлэх ажил бол 2030 он хүртэл бол томоохон цэцэрлэг төрөлнгүүдийг бий болгох ногоон байгууламжийг бүрдүүлэх тал дээр бол онцгой анхаарч ажиллаж байна.
Under this national program, we also have started the works to establish garden and parks in each district of Ulaanbaatar. We almost created all of them.
За тэр бомбод үндэсний хөдөлгөөнд бол үндсэн одоо 2023 онд хэрэгжүүлж байгаа ажил өнөөдөр 2023 оны байдлаар 1.6 сая модыг бол бидүүхэн бол нийт эзэмшлийн ногоон байгууламж бусад төрлийн байгууламжууд тавьсан байна.
We have already grown 1.2 million trees around Ulaanbaatar.
За түрүүний үзүүлжсэн эвийн эзэн цэцэрлэг төрөлд бол тавчхантай зовх дэлгэрээр ордог үзүүлж ихэд
You see the solidarity part named after President of Mongolia from this slide.
За энд нэг онцгой болон яригдах асуудал байдаг. Улаанбаатар тойрсон нийтдээ 33 хөв зөөрөн усан толио байдаг гэж үзэж байна. Үздэг. Тэгэхээр өмнөөр бас түшиглээд бичил цэцэрлэг төрөлн болоод зохицолттой цэцэрлэг төрөлн байгуулах мөн Улаанбаатар хотын агаар орчныг чийгшүүлэх, агаар орчныг бохирдлоос урьдчилан сэргийлэх юм хөө томоохон тохиолдлуудыг хийх бүрэн болцоо байгаа. Тэгэхээр эхний ээлжинд бидүүхэн судалгаа хийгээд бол эвийн цэцэрлэг төрөлн дээрээ одоо туул болоод түшгэлсэн цэцэрлэг төрөлн байгуулъя гэдэг үндсэн концепцийн ажил эхлүүлсэн байна.
Around Ulaanbaatar, there are 30 artificial pools of homes, and also we will also create one floating pond around the solidarity park.
За үндсэн National Park буюу одоо ерөнхийлөгч эвлэлийн цэцэрлэг юм аа. Очолтой очсон гэж харуулж чаддаг.
And you see also the solidarity park design from here.
За бидний дараагийн хэрэгжүүлж байгаа нэг томоохон ажил бол Tempo мод үндэсний хөдөлгөөний Улаанбаатарт хэрэгжүүлэхэд бол мод үржүүлгийн талбайг өндөр суураас нэхлүүлэх ёстой. Тийм учраас Улаанбаатар хотын баян зэрэг дүүрэн дээр мод үржүүлгийн 32 га талбайг бол ажлыг үргэлжлүүлээд өнөөдрийн байдлаар бол ажил маань хичээжээд ингэ явж байна. Төв үйлчлэлийн үрээд явж байгаа ажил байгаа.
And also we next important step is to create three necessary centers and sites around Ulaanbaatar. The total hectare is approximately 30 hectares. You see that how this project is implemented from these pictures.
За Улаанбаатар хотын тойроод оршуулгын одоо 16 оршуулгын газар байдаг гэж үздэг. За эхний ээлжинд өнгөрсөн жилээс эхлээд одоо бидүүхний ээлдээр Самбал хөмтийн 70 давхрын оршуулгын газрыг өргөнлөн шилжүүлээд үүн дээр томоохон цэцэрлэг төрөлд байгуулах ажил эхлээд 50% явж байна.
There are 16 funeral sites around Ulaanbaatar, and also Tatandapur site it has been redesigned for creating the new national park.
За модтай ажил дээр бас Улаанбаатар хотын нийтийн аж ахуйд үйл ажиллагаа явуулдаг аж ахуйн хөгжүүд бол одоо нийгмийн хариуцлагууд бол онцгой анхаарч ажиллаж байна.
For social responsibility, various companies normally work on creating the gardening and green facilities around Ulaanbaatar.
Өнөөдрийн байдлаар 25,000 ширхэг мод бол таригдсан байна.
25,000 trees have been grown already.
За ингээд тэр мод үндэсний хөдөлгөөний өрөөнд бол түрүү товчхон ярьсан учраас
энэ жилийн reduce the billion tree program.
дэлгэрүүлж яриад яг за энэ жилийн хувьд нөгөө бидний онцгойлон хийж байгаа ажил бол олон улсад бас хэрэгжүүлж байгаа юм хүн одоо ландшафт дизайн шийдэлтэй бид бүхэн 3D хийцлүүдийг бас онцгойлон хийсэн байгаа. За энэ жилээр та бүхэн бас замд бас эсрэг онгоцны буулаас яашаа явахдаа замдаа харсан байгаа. За тулга хийгдсэн байгаа, домп хийгдсэн байгаа, имэйл хийж байгаа тийм циркийн хувьд бол тогс хийгдсэн байж байгаа. Тэгээ 100 одоо тухайн болох 100 Азийн залуучуудын наадам зориулаад логогоо бүтээх өөрсдийн бүтэц байгууламжаар тогтжуулж ингэж хийсэн байгаа.
Really, monuments and have been great custom to the one flowering plant.
За ингээд товчхондоо ингээд дуусгая да. Тэгээ та бүхэнд
I would like to finish
холдон ажил төсөё.
And I wish a great success to this seminar.
За.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we have just finished our morning session, and we will have a lunch, and our students will guide you to the lunch place, and the lunch will start at 10 p.m. and to 1:30 p.m. And I would really appreciate if you come to 1:15 to the conference seminar room. Thank you. So we will have lunch at the beginning of this time. Okay, thank you. See you in 1:50. I'm sorry, 1:40. There is a little change because we have finished already. Very expected. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
It's nice Korean food, I think. I missed my name and the name of my institution, but there is this nice picture for our exhibition hall. It's very big one. If you have a chance, I think later they enjoyed our institution, I think. Today's topic is introduction of the National Ecosystem Survey and the citizen science. So I will briefly introduce the National Ecosystem Survey and the citizen science, which is conducted as a part of the survey. It's not working. It's not working. As my presentation has three parts. The first one is the overview of the National Ecosystem Survey, and I will give us some information about the new technology. Some of them already applied. Some of them is a research project to apply to the future the survey, and the last one is the citizen science. All right. First one is the overview of National Ecosystem Survey. We have the two main purposes. The first one is to identify the status of natural environment on the nationwide scale. The second one is to provide the basic data on conservation and development planning. As you know, we need a lot of data to further policy and some research purpose. It's very based. The foundation of that policy or research is data, ecological data. That project is collecting data from the countries. It's by the law, this survey is conducted every 5 years. It means every 5 years we survey the whole countries, collecting the whole data from the whole countries. Also, it's by the law that they're preparing ecological natural maps. That this map is very important for us because that the map has a good policy tool. But in the later, I will little bit explain a little bit details. So, but based on the survey, we prepare the ecological maps. We have a lot of different kind of survey we have. So. The National Ecosystem Survey is very biggest one in our countries. Also, our institution is conducting several different kind of survey, kind of area species management survey, or also inland, wetland survey. Also, we have do some endangered species survey. So also, our country has different kind of ecological institutions. So our institution is one of them. Also, the institution has the survey, but we collect the whole data and integrate into the GISDB. It means a kind of database and integrate the whole the survey data. And we use that data to prepare the ecological natural map. Also, we support the Natural Environment Construction Act. Yeah, there is the ecological natural maps. This map is classified as 3 different zones. It's first grade zone, the second and third grade zone, has a different purpose. The first one is conservation and natural environment and restoration. In this zone, no development plan, no construction at all. In the second zone is to minimize artificial damage caused by development of natural environment. The third one is the systematic use and development of a natural environment. Almost 9.2% of this first grade zone. So this map is very powerful tool to protect natural environment. We have some histories. This survey has been conducted almost 30 years. So right now, its 5th survey is ongoing. By these years, maybe next year we will start the 6th survey. Almost $32 million US dollar we spend for every 5 years. Also, more than 600 experts involved in this survey. Yeah. For this survey, we have a different survey unit for the vegetation and fauna, flora, and aquatic organization. A little bit different the survey units. The vegetation has determined centered around the main mountains. Also, fauna and flora. 780 with the survey unit well evenly divided through the whole countries. Also, aquatic organism is determined centered around the mainstream and the river. So, because of that, there is a number of survey unit different. From this slide, I will give the brief introduction about the ecological survey method. The first one, but basically we use a direct observation method. But the case of taxa, we use a little bit different kind of technique and tools. The first one in the insect, we mainly use direct observation, but we use a different kind of trend method. For the different method, we target the different organisms. So, a light or some Malaysia trap, people trap, or a buffalo light trap we target the different microorganisms and different organisms in case of the insect. Here is a memo. The direct observation, also we using the camera trapping. So we install the camera, maybe some mammal appear in front of the camera, they take a shot. Yeah, and also we using the traps. Invertebrate, we take sample using the tools and the direct observation and record. Also we has some the method to designate the sampling point based on some the liver end streams. Next one is amphibians and reptiles. So for this taxon, we designated habitat, and we focus on for the survey we focus on that in habitat and look around in observation. Also, that we check the roadkill around the habitat. The fish, we use two different kinds of net, the cast net and the stake net. Also, we have some method how to set the sampling point. So it's based on the basin and stream and river. We has some the method to set the sampling point and use the two net. For the fish, there's bird. Also, is basically we use the direct observation. Also, we do some habitat survey for the bird. I will give you some information about there's some new technique and some as common technique. So also give us some new technique, the research project. The first one is drone. I think drone is very, very commonly used in the research field, also all other fields. The ecological survey and research in education, in the exhibition, etc. Before the expert go to the survey in the field, we take some image using the drone and make a survey plan. And this way we can reduce some labor. Also, you use the investigate the inaccessible area, such as cliff and the coastal area. We are using the drone. We take picture over in some cases we use for the education. Also, we use the drone for the habitat research, some wetland or the rice field. They're easy to observe and understand the change of the habitat. They're using the drones. Unmanned camera, I think all the research and the ecological survey they use this camera, I think, it's also commonly used for the DMG survey, something like this. There is some shot. This one is an ongoing project. Right now, we not apply this technique to the ecological survey right now. So, but the hyperspectral image for the ecosystem survey, basically we the airborne hyperspectral image and prepare some library and some get a light image. They're using these three, they combine to, and we make identify the plant and species. We take some image using the drone and aircraft, and then that image is the spectral images, and experts directly go there and check which the species has usually the species has a different kind of hyperspectral image pattern. So we check the species and we based on the data, we prepared some kind of a library. So it's based on that library. After we take some spectral image and the match with the library, we identify these species, the name of the species. Also, we get some light scanning image. The three technique is combined to identify the plant or species names. Here we go, that's the citizen science. We have the 5 target areas for the citizen science, the flora, insect, bird, amphibian, and mammal, because of the safety issues. As you know, is reptile, where the fish has some kind of safety issues. So we just delineated just 5 the taxa for the citizen science. Here is a method. So how to collect data from the citizen science. The citizen take pictures and upload to the citizen science portals, and expert go there and identify the pictures of which species. Then enroll that data directly open to the public. That anybody, researcher or some citizen can access to that data from.
We would really appreciate it.
Yeah, almost done. Right now we have 520 participants. Last year we gathered the 20,000 observation data from the citizen science. Actually, every year experts collect almost 100,000 observation data. It's almost the 1/5 is a very huge amount of data from the citizen science, I think. Also, we get some information of the endangered species, and the last year we have 13 species level 1 and 74 species for level 2. It's the last slide. That it showed is a nice synergy between the citizen and expert. That is the red dot is from the citizens, and yellow dot is from the expert. Look at this; it's a very well separate each other. It means why we try to combine these two methods for the ecological survey. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And I would like to invite the next speaker. Next speaker is from China, Wang Jian, Leiden University participant.
dear experts, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, everyone. I'm delighted to have the opportunity to come to beautiful Mongolia at the invitation of the conference team. The topic of my speech today is working jointly to address challenges in the field of economic environment. My speech will focus on the following three issues. The problem faced by urban ecological environment in China, a case study of Northeast China. Urban ecological environment is the force of ecological civilization construction since the 18th National Congress of the CPC. The urban environment construction in China has made historic achievements and undergone historic change. But at the same time, there is still a series of problems, including air pollution, water pollution, noise pollution, solid waste pollution, and so on. This problem also exists in the Northeast, and the current development background. The urban ecological environment problems in Northeast China mainly including through three aspects. First, air pollution. Second, the pollution of water resources. Third, the problem of new environmental pollution. The third one, the solution path of China urban ecological environment problem. With the rapid development of urbanization in Northeast China, there has been a problem of urban ecological environment protection being opposed to economic development. This problem warns us that we must focus on solving them so as to provide better reference for the problem faced China's urban environment. The current solution to urban ecological and environment problem mainly include first, change the persistence of concepts. On the one hand, is to adhere to concept of governments at all levels. Governments at all levels need to change the outdated concepts that do not conform to the actual situation and achieve development of economic and ecological construction. On the other hand, is to adhere to the concepts of the whole society. In daily life, people still have the same idea of listening but not doing. Therefore, it's necessary to change and the concept of the whole society, improve the environmental awareness of the whole society, the truly practice and the ecological concept of protection the environment starting from me. The second, build a sound system of guarantees. Third, improve the application of modern technology. Digital technology is the label of today's times. In a world solving the new problems of ecological environment construction in urban development, innovating the idea of urban ecological environment management, and continuously improving the quality and stability of ecological environment are realistic topics of urban ecological environment management in the new era. These realistic topics are not only a dilemma faced by our country in the process of development, but also an inevitable problem in the process of development of our country in the world. Therefore, our country in the world should adhere to the concept of community with a shared future for mankind, work together to meet the challenge in the field of ecological environment, and jointly build a clean and beautiful human home. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comprehensive presentation. Now I would like to invite the second speaker of this session, not the second, the last one, Vo Baisahan from the National University of Mongolia. We are inviting you to the front stage to make your presentation. Thank you.
Юу лээ? Монголын экосистемийн өдөр гэсэн тэмдэг хэвчээ. Викний нэмтэй.
Hello,
good afternoon, everyone. My name is Baisahan. I am associate professor of the National University of Mongolia, and 2012 I graduated Seoul National University Natural Science College for my PhD students. So today I will be present how to create new database for suitability habitat estimation and its change. So the Northeast Asia is actually belongs in the 4.14 million square kilometer area, and it's covered by the whole Mongolia, Northeast China, and South Korea, North Korea, and Japan, and Russian Far East regions. So here's almost belong in the 5 different biomes, including the rainforest and temperature forest and temperature grassland and etc. So now I will be taught a brief information about the biodiversity research results all over the Northeast Asia. So until 19th century, most of the biodiversity research were doing in Northeast Asia, just performed by the Western and Russian researchers. They doing a lot of the things for the flora, fauna, and ecosystem survey. So for Mongolia, until 1999, most of the research works in Mongolia was performed by the old Soviet Union and Eastern Europe researchers. After then, democratic revolution, mid-1990s, and they beginning in the Chinese and Japanese researchers entered the Mongolia, and they doing flora and fauna research in Mongolia. Then since 2000, the Korean researchers has started to field works in here in Mongolia, and especially from the 2010, the Korean researchers doing a lot of the things and actively published the papers, especially for the flora and fauna. But unfortunately, the food Asia represents data poor region compared to North America and Western Europe due to its development country. Actually, the developed country such as the South Korea, Japan, and China, they develop a database, their own language with different letter systems. So therefore, the foreign researchers couldn't using those domestic database for the Korean and Japan and Chinese. And other developing countries such as Mongolia and North Korea, still there is not enough for database. We're just using for international database, such as Global Biodiversity Information Facility itself. So here's one of the examples how to counting all the vascular plants. So here's species density shows by the blue bars in the east side, and then it's species number is that blue to red color bars. Red means the high density of the species growth per area, and the blue one is low density of the species growing area. So also the Japan, North Korea, South Korea is very high species density per square area, but Mongolia is almost smallest one, like us in the northeast China. It is the latest result for the Wang Sans. So here I will be briefly introduce the Mongolian flora and fauna situations. So nowadays we have counted more than 3,000 species of the vascular plants and all over the Mongolia. So from these numbers is 1.5% is critically endangered, not concerned, and 4.7% of these species is endangered. Endangered means at least the near future these plants removed from the ecosystems. So fauna is actually comparing the large areas is still poor comparing the other rich fauna countries. For example, in the Southeast Asia or North America or Equatorial region countries very richest comparing to Mongolia. Mongolia has the 1.5 million square kilometer areas. So the mammal species we counted 145. This little bit oldest data is latest data we counted 145 mammal species counted in the whole of Mongolia. So bird species actually comparing is mammal species more than larger 5 times. Nowadays we counted in the 513 species of the birds that counted whole over Mongolia. And fish is still unclear. We just counted from the 71 to 78. It's not yet decided, just counted numbers. So here's some graph shows the insect fauna of Mongolia was not to assess by the IUCN database. Not of those species that is not good enough to evaluating their status. So here's I put in some example of the database covered with the Mongolian biodiversity and land use and protected areas. So this one is actually related with the land use and land management databases. Actually, this portal site is a service for the people and organizations who want to enter the land use and land core change and land change data sets. So second and biggest data set is national statistical data sets from the National Statistical Committee. So actually this site is built by the Korean researchers. So they advised to organizing these data sets. Then it's mostly cover the whole kind of the data sets from the population into biodiversity. So third one is a new one, is a Baigal MN. That the fourth link shows. It's just new developed portal sites for the just biodiversity database. And this one is also one of the main database for the environmental data sets for the whole of Mongolia. And it's provide environmental data sets and also the biodiversity informations. The other database is IGG, is the Geography and Geology Institute of Mongolia. They provide this database, and those data portals is also provide some of the environmental and biodiversity informations. So these four sites only works on the whole of Mongolia latest way. So this one is iNaturalist database, one of the biggest database for the citizen science. All the citizens who using the smartphone, they can publish their own shoots photo for directly the portal sites, and specialists do estimating and name it by the desired species. So then we using the UCM Red List portal sites for taking the distribution maps and also the status of the desired species. Then the last one is GBIF, is Global Biodiversity Information Facility sites. So also it's very familiar in here, Mongolia. Then we also using these MoveBank portal sites. Last few years, we put a lot of the color rings for the species of the endangered, for like us, snow leopard, Saiga tatarika, Mongolian gazelle, and also some bird species. So most of the data sets upload to these portal sites, and everyone can using for these portal sites data freely available. So, but what problem still we have faced it now? So, all those databases couldn't connect to each other directly. Every single database required own connection, own enter or own login, and they provide different type of the data sets with the different numbers. So also most of the species ID is different, using different unique code. Therefore, we cannot directly using and comparing all those databases. We should be process more steps doing this analysis. Also, in Mongolian e-government MN portal site, they're using the land parcels code is very different way. So therefore, it's couldn't connect to the statistical portal sites. So we couldn't directly using those database. So most of the database using different spatial engines. So therefore, they mapping the different area for the species and the species distributions. So it's really difficult for the using public or government organizations. And almost more than 50% of the studies not yet published. So we actually good enough collecting data sets for the most of the species of mammals and animals, but we still couldn't do final result and not yet published. So we have to lot of the works before to us. So what to develop such kind of the problem solutions. So very first, we should be review resource for all those data sets, which one is better and which one is overlapped, which one is a lack of information. It's really good for research for future. And this including the number of species, all the database different number shows. For example, one of the database has Mongolia has 130 mammal species, but other one is shows 110. Such as kind of the difference of the number is always confusion for the users. So also the database structure and variable is very different. So we should be review all those databases. And also the access unique ID period codes for free species and land parcels is very different. Therefore, we should be develop new way to how to connect all of those databases. So second one is all the previous database just only table structure, and they just shows us the where they locate the desired species of the plants and animals, and all of those information done it. So we should be develop such kind of the habitat suitability distribution maps for common species and also endangered and rare species. So third step, I just planned to prepare for the researchers for the computational biology and big data research for the biodiversity database. We haven't still lack of the human resources, and especially for the ecology and biology, there is no researchers works on big data survey like in the such kind of the databases. Okay, this is my presentation very briefly. This one is actually they have to create soft infrastructure. Soft infrastructure means the redevelop, re-educating human resources for the landscape ecology and spatial ecology. So we are Mongolians very good research shows for the biodiversity conservation, but we still didn't doing enough research and studies for the landscape ecology and spatial ecology. We have not enough researchers and professors, still not yet in here Mongolia. So thank you.
Thank you for the presentations. Now we are moving to another session that is called Protected Area. I would like to invite the first speaker of the session, Jo Woo-young, National Institute of Environment.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Woo-young Ju. I am the researcher at the National Institute of Ecology in South Korea. First, I'm very honored and so pleased to be invited to have a chance to present my work. So today I'm going to talk about a little bit about the ecological surveys and conservation policy for the protected areas in South Korea. Okay, it works. Oh, there we go. No.
Technical staff, can you help the presenter?
Sorry, just a second.
There is a problem in the pointer. Technical staff, can you help me?
a second. I think it's the file is like old version, so we changed that the new version. So 40 seconds or a couple of minutes. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, great, thank you. Oh no. Oh, man. Second slide, please. Oh, there you go. Okay. Today I'm going through the first why that the protected area is important, not in the South Korea, also it's globally. Second, and then I probably give you some introduction of the definition of the protected areas and OECMs, and I'm going to explain a little bit later. And then also I'm going to show you some of the status of the protected area in South Korea, and then I'm going to explain about how actually to survey and monitor the protected area in South Korea, and then after that, I'm going to give you some examples of how actually we can collect the data, survey the particular protected areas, and then how to collect the data, and then finally how actually we can conserve and how we can develop some policy tools for the increasing some protected areas. So this is the contents. And then next slide, please. Okay, there you go. And probably you heard that the CBD, which is Convention on Biological Diversity, one of the biggest natural environment global policy institute, the organizations, and then the CBD adapted the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework last year, December 19th, which means they are including 4 big goals and then 23 global targets, which is including a lot of some very ambitious the actions and plans to how to actually maintain and then conserve and restore that ecosystems and then increase the value of ecosystem services. Well, the CBD actually in previous one decade ago, they are the final goal for the 10 years is the no net loss, which means they trying to not to lose any value, any the contents or the quality of the biodiversity and ecosystem services for the 10 years. But actually they failed. They only succeeded one thing is which is the increase up to 17% of protected areas in global. So, but now they are trying to the more ambitious actions, which means not just maintain the value of the current value of the biodiversity. Also, they try to increase of the areas and then quality and its contents and the value of all those biodiversity ecosystem services by 2030. That probably all tied up to this climate change crisis and also our quality of the life. So those are how actually they change it, the policy trends over the time. So if you are looking at the details in the KMGBF, that the goal A is that the integrity and connectivity and resilience of the all ecosystems are maintained, enhanced, or restored, substantially increasing the area of natural ecosystem by 2050. That's the long goal by the 2050. But if we want to do more actions by 2030, which means is in global target 3, that they say that ensure and enable that by 2030, at least up to 30% of the protected areas and other effective area-based conservation measures with the importance of our biodiversity and ecosystem functions and services are increased. That's the very high target. So the members of the state of some CBD, they should increase that protected areas up to 30% by the 2030, which we call the 30 by 30. So probably you may heard that there's some campaign of the keywords up to 2030 by the CBD. So what is the protected areas? I mean, there's actually, you have to remember the two terms, which means just called the protected areas, which is usually very clearly defined geographic space. Usually it's through the legal systems. So if you have a protected areas, then that means usually that protected area designated by the legally or the legal legislations or by law, national law or local governments. But there is another term we call the OECMs, so other effective areas-based conservation measures, which means it's not the very duty or a very strong limitation or strong like regulations in the protected areas, but rather we try to designate or pursue that the geographic defined areas governed and managed in ways that positive and sustainable long-term outcomes for the in-situ conservation for the biodiversity. So up to by 2030, we have to increase up to 30% of protected areas and OECMs. So two are the distinct protected areas we have to increase. These are the current status of the protected areas in the world. I mean, so now it's including both the protected areas and OECMs are up to 70% more or less. So we have to go to up to 30% still by 2030. It's only about like 7 years left. And now it's go into the South Korea. Those are some characteristic, the symbolic characteristic of some animals in the endangered species in South Korea. So like including flying squirrels and long-tailed gorals and red-crowned cranes and martens and Eurasian otters. Those are we are designated endangered species in the South Korea, and some in the avians and mammals. And we have about like more than 45,000 species in total. And obviously, it's 40% of the biodiversity accounts for the invertebrates and insects. And we have more or less like 2,000 vertebrates, and then we have some plants and algae and fungi as well. And those are some changes over the times and land covers. Definitely, you can see that some those polygons, which means like we increase that, allow some urban and anthropogenic areas. If you look at the detail, there you go. We are still losing some land of forest over the time, and also it's agricultural land, wetlands, but only increase in the urban area. So we sacrifice a lot of some natural environment to increase some more urban areas. So that's why we definitely need some more protected areas. Now this is the current status of protected areas in South Korea. It's 17% of the terrestrial and inland protected areas in South Korea, and 2.5% of the marine protected areas coverage so far. Oh, by the way, if you can look at this database, if you call the planet protected planet Earth, that's the site you can actually see that all some data. I think you can also see that Mongolia and China. I think Mongolia is about the 19% of the protected areas, and China is about like 16% of the protected areas in current status. Okay, we have 26 different types of protected areas and managed by the 5 different governments and local governments. And Ministry of Environment accounts for more than 50% of protected areas, including national parks and catchment reserve protected areas and wetland areas, Pyeongtaek Mountain Reserve, which is one of the excess of mountain range, and wildlife protected areas, and so on. So those are the stats of some our protected areas. I think it's previously the Dr. Lee explained about the nature environment survey. So we have more than 800 more squares. It's divided by across all the country, and then we surveyed all the data. And then if we found some very valuable areas, or we found some of biodiversity, then we can actually recommend that to designate the protected area. So then once we protected area is designated, then we can actually do some ecological surveys and monitoring and into some legal system. And we also have 9 different taxas and also plus the topography and the ecosystem functions we actually surveyed and monitored. And then we actually, our institute is not only, for the survey, so it's not only the NI researchers, also we actually invite some external experts from the universities and private institutes, and then it's about over 100 scientists actually go to the sites and then do some ecological surveys. And we also do this kind of surveys very intensively, 3 or 4 times a year. It's considering 4 seasons and the breeding seasons as well. And now I'm going to give you introduce some details about the particular protected areas, like 2 protected areas. One is the Baek Du Daegan Mountain Range Reserve, and the other one is the DMZ. I think it's one of the most important protected area in South Korea is probably this one, is Baek Du Daegan Mountain Reserves. But this, you can see that the range is from the northeast to from the northeast to southwest, which is all the mount is connected, ranged. So that range is not only for the South Korea, so it's also this is the mountain range is also up to the North Korea is up to Baek Du Mountain. So this is very important mountain range and access to connect to all the mountains. And we do the surveys, monitor them since 2007, and since this is very long, this Baek Du Daegan Mountain is about more than 2,600 square kilometers. So we need like 7 years to finish that the surveys, and we do the surveys with 50 experts involved, and then we do the same thing ecological surveys, including 9 different taxa, and also its geographical features as well. And these are some mountains or landscapes in Baek Du Daegan Mountain Range. You can see that a lot of some mountains, all this connected. And then also you can see some temples and then rhododendrons and oak trees, and also snows in the mountain. So this you can see that the mountain ranges. And also we found that some of the endangered species in the Baek Du Daegan Mountain ranges, from the plants and slender shiners, fish, and Korean terrapins, and yellow-throated martins, and eagle owls. Those are some domestic endangered species in South Korea. And the other, the protected area, one of the important protected areas in the South Korea is the DMZ ecological axis. Although actually, technically, DMZ is not the protected areas in South Korea, but we thought inside of the DMZ ecological range or axis, there are some fragmented, some protected areas, but the entire axis is not the protected areas. But we are trying to do that, but it's still not. It's legally it's protected areas. You probably heard that the DMZ in South Korea is the definition is that a strip of land running across the Korean peninsula is near the 35th parallel north. It's about the length is about 250 kilometers and width is about 4 kilometers each. North Korea has a 2 kilometer buffer, and we have a 2 kilometer buffers. And also we have additional buffers up to 10 kilometers, which is called the civilized control zone. So both DMZ, inside the DMZ and the additional buffer zone, we call like the DMZ ecological axis. To do ecological surveys in DMZ axis, we actually input, we are using the 2 different kind of methods. One is like very similar to the other
surveys, which is we a lot of some experts go to the DMZ axis and then do the ecological surveys by the NIA researchers and the external experts. We do 3 or 4 times a year. Plus, we also using some military the resources as well. Since we cannot actually go into the DMZ because very limited. It's not limited. Very limited for the civilians. So we actually asked the Republic of Korea's army some military armies actually go into the DMZ and do some military operations. So whenever do some military operations, we ask the military army to deploy the automated sensor monitoring. So we have 2 different sensors, which is the automated cameras, and then the other one is like a song meter, which is recording the sound or acoustics. So from those surveys, we can find that a very important biodiversity species from the DMZ ecological axis. We found that more than 6,600 species across the DMZ ecological axis. You think about that, DMZ ecological axis only takes 1.5% of the land, of the entire land, but we can find that more than 20% of the species out of the entire species in South Korea. If we look at the endangered species, we can find more than species, like more than 100 species of endangered species we found in the DMZ ecological axis out of like 279 species entire in South Korea. And from those are the creatures that are found and detected from the DMZ axis. And then probably heard that the red-crowned cranes, and I'm thinking some of the probably it's across this Mongolian area as well. And then also that musketeer is only found in the DMZ area, inside of the DMZ areas. And then some Chinese sparrowhawk, and then black star fat minnow. So this that fish is very special. That fish is only inhabited in the very cold water, which is a streamline to the inside of DMZ. And then this is more so like critical things we actually found. We found Asian black bear inside of the DMZ 2018 October. Actually, we thought that Asian black bear is extinguished because of since 2002 in South Korea. I mean, we detected Asian black bear in 2002, and some east side of the South Korea, but that's the last time we found that. But then after that, after like 20 years, we found that the Asian black bear inside of the DMZ from the automated sensors. So this is the very important outcomes we found that from the eco service in DMZ. The last thing is that how actually we can increase some protected areas in South Korea. And I just introduced one example of the policy tools called payment for ecosystem services. We put the payment for ecosystem services into the biodiversity law, and then the law is revised in the 2019. Now, actually, legally, in legal system, we can actually provide some incentives to the local residents and landowners in protected areas. And then to buy the contract to participate in the activity, and then local farmers and residents can do some more biological conservation actions or some activities and programs, like feeding some animals or cleaning the waters and increasing some carbons, or like planting some trees. Those are the legal system we have, so that we can actually very legally to provide the incentives to farmers so that they can actually increase the quality of the biodiversity in the protected area, also increase the land of protected areas. So those are some status of PES in South Korea, and then we call the biodiversity management contract. Usually we feeding a lot of some
food for the cranes in the winter time in the local areas. And another one is we call the compensation payments in river basin management. And the metropolitan areas, residents in the metropolitan areas are payments for some taxes, and then that tax goes to the local residents to conserve and restore the river systems. Then also we call the agri-environmental payments, which is we pay the local farmers to enhance the quality of the agri-environment, and then they can actually get some incentives. Now it's $70 per hectare. And those are some of the pictures how actually we can implement the PES in protected areas. We can put we instead of withdraw all the rice straw after harvesting, and then we just put the spread of the rice straws on the rice paddies so that crane can get the crops and get some habitats. We provide water for the cranes rest areas, and then no harvest for the barley for winter time for the allows and geese and ducks, and then also no harvest for the rice and for food cranes. And so this is the best example for the Suncheon City. The Suncheon City is a very encouraging and the pursuit at the payment for the ecosystem services, so that you can see that these are the lower part is the land to the we have some payment for ecosystem services, and those are the cranes are inhabited in the winter time. So we provide a lot of some rices and rice straws, so that they can actually inhabit in the winter time. And then Suncheon is trying to increase the land so that they can invite some cranes to have them, and then so that people and visitors go to the Suncheon and they want to see some of those cranes into that field. Now in the middle there's a buffer zone, and then we create some very nice nature environmental gardens by the forest services. The city is very crowded in the upper area, but they try to increase some more green infrastructure so that they can be more some ecological cities.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I would really appreciate it.
That's not done. So those are my presentation. It's a little bit long, so thank you for the listening. Thank you.
For your presentation, and I would like to invite the last speaker of this session, UD Lining University.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor here to discuss about the protected area protection and especially the biodiversity protection. I will talk about achievements in biodiversity conservation during the watershed environmental governance in the Liao River in northern China. As we all know that a successful water environment governance includes maybe not only 4 aspects. The first is the improvement of water environmental quality, which is the most direct indicator of the water environment. And the second, improved water resources efficiency, which means that we could manage the utilization of water resource, both spatial and temporal planning. And third is the ecosystem restoration and protection, which is the natural manifestation of the watershed recovery. And the last one is the promotion of social, economic, and development, which is both social and economical value of the watershed management. So there is another, some other aspects. I will not talk that. Okay. During the last 3-5-year plan of China, I think we all know that in China we have 5 years plan. So we do a lot of aspects of our nation. I talk about the environment. in the 7 key watersheds, we have achieved the environment water quality increased. From the chart right there, we can see that in 2010s, the 5 grade or inferior water quality is about 20% in whole China. And when in 2020, the percentage is decreased to 1.7%. So it's a great increase. Why we can increase the whole environment severely? Because we take as the 5 grade or inferior to the local government assessment, so it can govern all the members to take great works. And during the past 5 years plan of China, I will take the Liao River as the example. It is in northern China, and which is my work is mainly about this watershed. During the past, in this case, it is the first zoning and building in our country, and established the protection areas along the mainstream. So we can. Oh, this is not work. But we can see the green line is the mainstream.
Can you start? Can you help?
It's okay. It's okay. The last one. So we can see the green in the map is the mainstream. Because of all the members of the bureau comes from different departments of local government. It is include environmental protect government department, finance department, and the water resource department. So it can easily communicate and coordinate with the different problems in different districts and different areas. So the Liao River has achieved a great quality increase, especially for the 3rd grade of water quality. It's increased. It increased maybe about the 3rd time than 2020, 2000. And besides the water quality and the water resources, we pay more attention about ecosystem restoration and protection. These include ecological environmental protection and the recreation zone sealing and habitat reconstruction. So all these works could contribute biodiversity restoration. And through all this work above, especially the long-term watershed environmental governance, the actual effect of biodiversity needs to be studied to confirm whether those work is successful or not. In the Liao River, we have been monitoring the biodiversity changes more than 10 years, include vegetation, phytoplankton, zooplankton, birds, fishes, and etc. Here, I will talk about the phytoplankton. Sample collection and species identification is performed using the standard methods, including plankton net sampling, Lucas solution fixation, and concentration and filtration. And in laboratory, we will carry out the species identification. So the results show that we a total number of 221 species were found of plankton algae, and it is in eight phylums, and 87 diagram algae and 73 green algae species were founded. Those species take up nearly 70% of the whole species. And the species distribution of each sample set was there is about 65 sample sets. As for the dominant species, including small salic algae, navicular algae, and salic algae essential, the diversity index is between about 0.6 to 2.93 with an average of 1.6. The lowest is in the Rama site is 0.6, and the highest is in the Coke set is about 2.93. As the richness indexes, it fluctuates between 0.6 to 5.76 with an average of 3.36. Its highest was 5.76 in the Fujian site, and the lowest was 0.6 in the Qinghe site. The Pearl index is between 0.27 to 1, and the average is about 0.77. The index of each point varied greatly. We can see that chart, but the most set were about 0.6. When we collect the data, we compare the data with last 10 years. We picked 2011 and 2015 to contrast. The mainstream observed 74 species in 6 phylums, 22 families in 2021. And it compared to 2015 is about 32% higher, and in contrast to 2011, it is 138 higher. The composition of phytoplankton communities developed from diatom type to the green algae diatom type. The number of the species was 24 species, and followed phylum Corilla with 38 species, and the plankton species are more abundant and diverse along the time. As for the composition, in 2011 and 2015, the dominant species will belong to the diatom phylum. In 2021, the dominant species belong to the diatoms dinoflagellate, cyanobacteria, and chlorella. The dominant species status of mini circular algae has not been changed in the last 10 years. So it is the plankton family is very stable in the last 10 years. As each size, the Liuhe site increased up to 600%, and the second Hongmiao site is with about 600%. So in conclusion, from 2011 to 2021, biodiversity showed an overall trend of increase, but did not exceed 3, which did not reach the clean level. And this result manifests that the Liao River is still in light pollution status, which is reported in the National Ecological and Environmental Report in 2020. And the stream annual index indicate that the pollution level was medium in average, the diversity index was about 0.41 to 2.96 in 2011, with an average of 1.31. And being far from the cities and improved conservation method conducive to the improve of the biodiversity. We can see that along the mainstream, diversity index of the upstream and the midstream are increased, and in the downstream is decreased because the upstream is far from the cities and the towns and have better conservation methods. Besides phytoplankton, we also investigated the diversity of vegetation, fishes, jumpantos, and we also assessed the watershed habitat status of invasion species. Due to the time limitation, I will not go through the discussion. We hope to further discuss. Our work are not only in the Liao River, but also in the Songhua River, which is in North China, and Hengshui Lake in the middle of China, and the Xinjiang River in South China. So, finally, our work. Okay. Finally, I thank the committee let me come here to give a report. And I hope everyone to come to China, to come to Liaoning, come to Liaoning University. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you for the presentation. And we are moving to the final session. Final session topic is responding to climate crisis. The first speaker is Charles Wang, National Institute of Ecology.
Okay, good afternoon. This is the last session. Anyway, I'd like to thank for inviting me to this seminar. Today's my topic is climate change impact assessment model for ecosystems. So let me introduce my project briefly. You can see the situation of our alpine ecosystem in South Korea. This location is the top of the highest mountain in South Korea. And here is the habitat of the Korean bird, known as the Christmas tree. So as you can see, the situations of these habitats was devastated by the climate change, such as temperature rising, droughts, and strong winds. The purpose of our study is to assess the climate change impact on ecosystem, and also we wanted to build the assessment model and to develop the assessment system from this project. Our study area is South Korea. This means our assessment covers nationwide the area. This is the concept of ecosystem model. You can see the center, there are three parts in ecosystem. One is invasive species, another one is sensitive species, another one is vulnerable habitat. These three parts were assessed in our ecosystem modeling, and we assess this ecosystem impact on the climate change, just like the long temperature rising and the precipitation, and also we are considering another environmental impact, just like the forest disaster, such as the forest fire and landslide, and another environmental change, just like such as the land use cover changing. Because in the future, maybe land use also is changing, so we have to consider this land use change. This forest disaster and the land use is produced by another sector, the forest sector. So we have to integrate our ecosystem to another sector, just like the forest. And from our assessing the ecosystem impact, we provide our result to another sector, just like agriculture and public health. From our result, we measure biodiversity change, and we wanted to support our assessment model to make the climate change adaptations policy. This is the assessment process that we have the 3 phases of assessment process. One is data information. It's included the data collection, just like the wildlife species, and also environment data, just like the climate change and another land use. That we collect this data. And the second, we assess the climate change impact. In this case, we develop the assessment model. And the third one, last one is vulnerability assessment. So when we assess the climate change, so we measure how impact to our ecosystem. We measure the vulnerability index using in the third assessment process. So to build the modeling, we consider a lot of things. First one is we set the target species and we select climate change scenario and the model, and also we use the distribution model. We apply the various distribution model in our modeling process, and we project our model to the futures, just like the 50 and the 90s. And also we are considering the disposal scenario. This means the species will move under climate change, so we have to consider the species movement ability also. This shows our target species. To test our model, we select the species. In Korea, we have more than 50,000 species. Maybe the Mongolia is a similar number of South Korea, and I think less than South Korea, but China have more than 5 or 6 times than South Korea. And then from the 50,000 species, we selected about 300 species to test our model. To test our model, first we applied our model to the climate sensitivity. You can see that the figures. So you can see the change of distribution of the kingdom first. So you can see their habitats is decreased northeast side, but their habitat size is decreased under climate change. This is the alpine tree, so you can see the climate temperature rise, maybe their habitat will lose in the future. So you can see the results from this one. And also, you can see how impacted by the climate change. We created the vulnerability index. And instead, at that time, we used climate change index, vulnerability index, so you can see that the graph is the slope, the lies, maybe the vulnerability is higher, and the lower, the increase, the graph is decreased, is maybe the vulnerability also decreased. You can see that the change of the vulnerability on the climate change or climate change scenario. So this is one of the example of sensitive species. So you can see that the red dot is the hot spot over the climate change species. You can see that these areas, they lose their habitats. And you can see that the climate change, their habitats lose in the long terms. So in the left one is the short, and the center is mid terms, and the light one is long term. The projection, we can see that their habitat will lose, and so this means that their vulnerability is the highest on the climate change. And this picture shows the change of the plant hotspot. This green site means the hotspot of a plant species. This area is the speech list is higher. And you can see the left one is current hotspot is located in the mountain range area, but under climate change, you can see the hot spot, the richness decreased under climate change. So this means maybe some area they lose their species under climate change. And from this result, you can see where is the vulnerable habitats in South Korea. You can see the red dot is vulnerable habitat. From this result, we have to prepare some adaptation plans because this area is vulnerable. Under climate change, we need some adaptations planning in this area. So we have to prepare the adaptation plan. And this one is another result. This is shows the new refugia of the plants under climate change. The green one means maybe under climate change, the wildlife and the plant will move to another locations. This green shows the destination of this species. So we have to think about this location because under climate change, many species move in this area. So we have to conserve this area as a protected area. So under climate change, we have to prepare some adaptation plan, just like the new protected area is taken in this area. So this shows the invasive species impacts on the climate change. You can see the left current results show the red dot is current invasive hotspot area, but under climate change, the invasive species move across the whole countries. You can see the boundary of our local government to manage the invasive species. The local government, they have to prepare the eradication plan. They need this information because under climate change, many new invasive species come, their government, so they have to prepare how they have to make their adaptation plans to under climate change to protect their endemics, the species or their native habitat affected by the invasive species. They needed some information. So in this case, we have to provide this information to our local government. This shows the new invasive species incoming to the local government. So that means this area will get new invasive species. So in this case, they have to some new adaptations planned for managing the invasive species. Last one shows the first I developed the assessment model, and to use this model, we needed the system. So I created the motivate the ecosystem. This one is the climate change impact system on the ecosystem. So there are a lot of different sectors, water and forest and health. The ecosystem is one of them. So I develop our ecosystem side system. So I developed this system using the R, the open system. So you can see that some example of my system. This shows some information of the result. And this shows the information of species information. We collected the species data, and you can see that a lot of the species information using this system, and you selected the species, you can assess this species using our models. And this shows the environmental data, just like land use change. And this shows bioclimate data. So we use the three types of the information: species information, and environmental, and the climate change data. So we develop the model, and you can choose the climate parameter, and you can validate the model, and you can get the result of the distribution change, and you can see the change of the volatility on the climate change. And you can see that the hotspots, current hotspot, and the future hotspot, also where is the vulnerable habitat you can see using this system. And this shows the image species results of, as I already mentioned, and we provided the statistics information to our local government. Anyway, this last slide. Recently, the Korean government adopted the climate change information assessment, just like the environmental impact assessment. So in this case, the environmental impact agents, they needed some tools to assess climate change impact. So in this case, we can provide our system to that agents. They can use this system and they can assess the climate change impact to make a report. So this is, I think this will be very useful tools for many sectors. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing very interesting, useful findings of your study. And I would like to invite the second speaker. Second speaker is Wu Jiatang, Yan'an University from China.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here to share our work. My presentation's title is Responding to Climate Crisis, Resistance and Resilience to Climate Stressors of Diverse Plant and Microbiomes and Their Interactions. Since the 18th CPC National Congress, we have regarded the ecological conservation of the fundamental strategy for the sustainable development of the Chinese nation, and carried out a series of groundbreaking work with unprecedented determination and effectiveness. We also have successful experience and practice in strengthening the ecological protection of oases and scientifically implementing the vegetation and the restoration and promoting desertification control to accelerate the construction of an ecological security barrier in China. So how to write a new chapter in prioritizing the ecological conservation and boosting green development, create a new model for regional coordinated development, create a new highlight of high-level opening up, foster advantage in innovation-led development, and draw a new painting feature of harmony between our natures and the people and the cities. Let's look at the picture. It shows the eco city of the Symbol Resort at the Sino-French Peninsula town in the Sino-French Wuhan ecological demonstration city. The entire city is a highest level cooperation project between China and France to address environmental challenges such as climate change, and the green coverage of the project's construction areas has reached about 45% so far, while the per capita area of public green space is 16.8 meters. Since future climate change, including more frequent and extreme weather events, will likely exacerbate issues of modern cities. So the Smart Eco-Cities project to address environmental challenges such as climate change, green infrastructure, and as parks, gardens, streets, and engineering technologies such as green roofs and walls, facades, and rain gardens can help mitigate the battles and problems. So can we integrate ecological approaches to improve plant selection for green, illustrate how plant performance for green infrastructure? So we can say we should select the species tolerate to heat or water viability. So we draw research to illustrate how plant performance for green infrastructure can be inferred from plant attributes. Researchers present a new framework for strengthen the resistance and the resilience of diverse plant and microbiomes of the infrastructure. Over time, individual responses of climate create fitness of differences among species that can reorder their relative abundance in the community by altering rates of population growth. So the climate change will bring the effect plants and microbes through a hierarchical series of events. The hierarchical response framework was originally proposed for ecosystem dynamics and later adapted to soil food webs. Now we should expand the HRF to a large framework. It's called if the climate change most relevant the plant and the microbiomes also change. So we should include them into the framework. Alter the timing of events and increasing the climate variance for the data and both the intra and the interannual timescales. So urban planting can fail or underperform in the public if the plant cannot tolerate the climate change, so which require the more difficult experimental designs. Meanwhile, urban landscape can also be regarded more positively as a high heterogeneous landscape, providing diverse macro-size niches and contexts which are suitable for different types of plants or green infrastructures. When viewed through this positive lens, there is great potential to achieve greater species diversity and more resilient urban landscape. Further, this can result in a relatively small number of universe tough species being used for landscape. So we should choose some tough species to maintain the landscape. It's a problem of regional or even globally events. In a changed climate, existing species may also not be able to cope with further hotter or drier conditions, as green infrastructures is often designed to achieve multiple benefits such as cooling, storm water, or mitigation, pollutants removal, and improve biodiversity. Given the increasing diversity of engineered green infrastructure technologies, there is a need to develop plant evaluation and reinforce the approach that go beyond individual plant selection. So we should find some approach to reinforce the individual plant and their growth or their physiology. If we should take into account future climate change and how this will impact on the plant tolerance and the green infrastructure performance to ensure the design of the diverse and resilient urban landscape. Pairwise plant and microbe interactions can modulate species' response to climate and related to stressors in several ways, such as leaf endophytes can improve the plant's growth or the photosynthetic of drought and of drought, heat, or salinity, increase the tissue. Increase their tissue nutrient tissue concentration, or the deter the herbivores or pathogens, and the root ascomyces can acquire soil nitrogen or protect the plants under drought or heat stress. Some rhizosphere bacteria can increase the plant fitness under drought or disease. All these benefits can help plants resist and recover from the climate change or the stressors. Therefore, let me introduce some results of my research. Investigation of how plants tolerate and function under different stressors can due to climate change and microbial mediation of plant resistance has been the two primary focuses of my work. Due to their fixation and lack of mobile defense cell, plants rely on adaptive immunity of alleviate the impact of the various stressors to which they are subject and have therefore involved in many mechanisms of the physiological or the biochemical levels. It includes the regulation of oxygen transport, or the memory behaviors, or the stressors resistant action performed by the secondary metabolites in plants exposed to each stress. The following work has been tried to do, such as we review the resistance of the typical metabolites in response or to abiotic and the biotic stressors, or point out the role of the stress factors on the synthesis of the secondary metabolites and the regulation of transcription factors, outline the transport prices of the major tolerance-related metabolites and their in cells, including the memory transport pathway and the vesicle mediate the transport pathway. Review the free radical scavenging mechanisms of the secondary metabolites and the regulatory function of plant behavior based on these mechanisms, or review the radical effects of the secondary metabolites as signaling molecules on the enhancement of the colonization of some commercial bacteria or some rhizosphere bacteria. They can promote the growth of the plant. All this information can be used to develop a bio-defense strategy that can use secondary metabolites in plants as entry points to strengthen the plant stress tolerance. Another focus is about the reinforced approach. In addition, we plan to build a coupling system of plant PRG or PGPR, aiming at bottleneck of plant biomass limitation under climate stress, and the fragile plant PGPR symbiosis relationship, and the difficulty of the accurate simulating the molecular dynamics behavior in the real event under laboratory conditioning using PRG to enhance the plant resistance to stress, and stabilizing the process of colonization and the promote plant root elongation to clean the pollutants. The whole process enhancing the homeostasis can regulation effects of the coupling system, such as photosynthetic and the physiology of the ROS balance response and its fixation and the removal efficiency of the pollutants. On this basis, this is the third focus. The real environmental is reproduced, and the mechanisms is analyzed by the technology of biological legend model and molecular dynamics simulation, so as to form a new functional unit that can take into account the stability and removal the efficiency. The research will enrich the connections of the internal homeostasis and the regulation theory, and the iron adoption hypothesis, and provide new ideas for the in situ fatal remediation or the rhizosphere remediation, which can. Thank you. We hope our work provide ideas for the future climates will impact on the plant tolerance performance to ensure the reinforcement of the green infrastructure and the design of the diverse of the resilient of the landscape. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you for sharing your meaningful and interesting. And now I would like to invite the final speaker. Final speaker is Professor Sanorma from the National University of Mongolia. And I would really appreciate it if you meet the time limit. Thank you. Technical staff, can you show the presentation of Panorama? It's not. It's wrong presentation. Presentation of Panorama. It's not presentation. Panorama. National University of Mongolia.
Шархуугдсан.
this is a correct presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry for the technical difficulties. So today I'll talk about this current nature-based solutions based on the carbon in Mongolia. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that.
And technical staff, can you help Mrs. Anarma to change his slide? Okay.
I can't control. Oh, dear.
Oh,
okay. Okay, now I see.
다른 slide please. Okay. The first slide, please.
Sorry about this technical difficulty. Okay. So as you know, the climate changes. In this slide, I'm trying to show this climate changes in Mongolia. So you know that probably you heard about many times is that the mean annual temperature in Mongolia have increased by 2.4 degrees Celsius, which is 3 times greater than the global average. So we really do have a problem with this temperature, also the precipitation changes. But precipitation is not increasing, it's not decreasing, it's just like the frequency of the precipitation is changing. With that one, we have experiencing a lot of changes in the ecosystems. Next, please.
Next slide, please.
So, as you know, that the climate change is really linked to the greenhouse gases. Here, what I'm trying to show here is that there's a different the fluxes in this thing. So, two things I would like to highlight in this graph. Next, please.
Next graph. Okay.
So, first one is the fluxes between this soil fossil fuels and land use. That's the anthropogenic emissions. And also this natural fluxes shown here, there's a photosynthesis and plant respiration. So as you can see, there's a great difference between them. So why we need to actually look into this natural fluxes? Because there are 10 times more than the anthropogenic emissions. Well, anthropogenic emissions actually accumulate too, but still, the natural fluxes are big. So if there is any kind of change, like for example warming up and then microbial activities are churning up, and if they release more carbon dioxide into the soil, that would have a big impact. Next, please. So another thing is about this the carbon stocks. So as you can see, the soils actually can store more carbon than atmosphere. Next, please. So these two are going to be my main topics of this talk. So basically, we are trying to. What I'm trying to convince you is that this carbon stock and carbon fluxes are important, and we need to actually, if we address them correctly, then we can actually sequester some carbon, and then we can probably combat the climate change. Next, please. Okay, so here, what's showing is that the carbon greenhouse gas emissions from the Mongolia, and it's increasing. Next, please. And even though the Mongolia is actually emitting a very small amount, per capita amount is greatly. So as you can see, compared to the global average, which is the 4.72 tons, we are emitting almost 5 times more per capita basis. And most of this per capita is from this agriculture or land use, changes. Next, please.
Next slide. Next slide, please.
Next, please.
Next slide.
Okay. So the studies basically we are trying to do is that basically focused on the 2 different types of the ecosystem. The one is the forest, the other one is the dry steppe. Those are the main ecosystems, but when I say steppe, what I really mean is the mountain steppe. Most of our work is focused on the mountain steppe rather than the dry steppe or some other areas, but we are expanding our research there. Next, please. Okay, next, please.
Next slide.
Please. Sorry about this. Okay, so what we are trying to do is that to actually estimate the above ground carbon stock and then also the below ground carbon stock. With that, we are trying to do the allometric equation and also the soil mapping and field research. Next, please.
Slide.
So, can you go back?
Back to the back.
Right.
To the beginning of the slide.
Is it working?
Okay, that's.
So, as you can, also there's an interesting question we basically asked it in the very beginning of this research is that like, what's going to happen to these carbon stocks if the biomes are changing? Because some of the studies modeling studies have shown that if the warming, temperature warming increases, the biomes might change and there might be a different, biomes might change. So that's why we would like to see if there's a difference between this above and below ground carbon stocks between the forest and steppe. So this graph is showing this the forest and the steppe. So as you can see, as you can always expect it, the forest stores more carbon in the above ground as a trees than the steppe as a grass. So that was obvious. However, we are much more interested in the below ground carbon. And some of the studies have, in the global studies have shown that the steppe can actually store more carbon than the forest in the soil. So when we looked into this, when we looked into the data, there was no change. So basically, if we are actually losing more forest, then we might actually lose more carbon. Next, please. And
the previous slide.
Yeah. Okay, so there's it seems like there's a problem. But then what I'm trying to say here is that yes, the grassland actually stores less carbon as a below ground, in the below ground. However, the Mongolian grassland actually contains more carbon compared to the other areas in the world. Next, please.
Next slide.
Next slide, please.
Next slide.
Some animations is going on. And okay. Thank you. So then, as I said before, there's no difference between the forest and steppe in terms of the below ground carbon content. And above ground carbon content of the forest was 3 to 7 times greater than steppe. So that means if we are actually losing the forest, that means we are losing carbon. So our next study was actually focused on the forest regeneration. Next, please. Next, please. Okay, so then the question was how much this climate change is affecting into this forest. But here I'm actually just showing this study from the elm tree habitat, which is located in the Gobi area. And there's another question we would like to ask is that main activities, for example, the grazing is the main activity in Mongolia, human activity, and of course besides of the logging. So if there's any grazing or browsing more specifically on the trees. Okay, next please. Okay, so here's the graph is showing about this elm canopy. So this elm canopy has been, as you can see, the canopy of the elm is much higher in ungrazing plots, that is basically grazing was excluded by this fencing. And in the grazed areas, and especially unprotected areas, like these two ones, the Hor and the Bak Swat, these two were like, those were like really affected by this grazing. And unfortunately, there's not much, I have actually included here, but then some of our research also showed that the precipitation also very driving factor for this elm tree habitat. So basically what we are seeing is that the grazing is affecting, and also there's year-to-year change, especially in the precipitation is affecting greatly into these elm trees. Next please, next slide please. Okay, so in terms of the below, under the understory coverages, we also see that the similar pattern about this impact of the precipitation and also impact of the grazing. Next slide, please. And not only on the canopies, we also see that there's a difference in terms of the growth. So basically, this graph is showing annual growth of the elm trees, and as you can see here, two types of fences. Like for example, like this fence in is the elm trees fenced, and there's another elm trees that have been fenced accidentally because of the flood, and there's another elm trees that are not fenced at all. So basically, they are subjected to the grazing and the browsing. So those elm trees, as you can see, that the growth was really slow. So basically, they're not slowing, and they're becoming almost like bonsai tree, not exactly, but almost like a shrub. And so that clearly shows that the grazing has impact on the trees. Next, please. So. Basically, what we can see is that the forest can be susceptible to human activities such as grazing and logging, and it really depends on where you are looking at. And the Hinti Mountain areas, basic forest regeneration. So some other studies have shown that the forest has been forest regeneration was impacted by the grazing, and so they're not actually emitting, and also. In the Gobi area, we also have shown that the grazing is affecting the tree growth. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. So now I'm actually shifting to the CO2 emissions. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. Can you go back? Okay. Thank you. So then what we looked into is that the soil respiration, and we looked into whether this warming can affect this soil respiration or not. And when we looked into different ecosystems, like for example, like soil respiration from the different ecosystems, as you can see, the forest is, and here these black graphs are, that is labeled as OTC, is warmed plots. So they have been experimentally warmed, and precipitation has been changed. So I call it the climate change manipulated plots. So those climate change manipulated plots actually respire more than this control plots if it's in the forest. But if it's in the steppe, it's not respiring more. So basically, steppe is not actually responding to the global warming. However, it was responding to the precipitation. As you can see from this below that the steppe is more responsive to the moisture, and the forest was more responsive to the temperature. Next, please. And especially, however, as we warmed up the soil, soil respiration is increasing. However, the sensitivity of the soil respiration to the warming was decreasing, as some of the researchers has predicted. So basically, the sensitivity of the soil respiration was decreasing. If you look at the first two graphs, then this Q, the sensitivity of this soil respiration was less in the warmer chambers. Next, please. And then when we looked into the grazing impact on those CO2 fluxes, what we found is that but I have to actually clarify one thing, is that when we are talking about the grazing here, we are talking about the light grazing, not overgrazing or moderate grazing, and we're just talking about light grazing. And this light grazing has enhanced the soil respiration, as you can see in the left panel. So basically, the grazed plots, whether they are warmed or not, were releasing more carbon to the atmosphere than the non-grazed plots. So that basically can be explained by this grazing has simulated the root growth a little bit, and that could have actually affected into the CO2 emissions from the soil to the atmosphere in those plots. However, there's total flux from this ecosystem was actually higher in the grazed plots. That's basically showing that this grazing is actually affecting negatively on the vegetation. Okay, next, please. So what we are looking into that one is that what's our conclusion is that the climate change is affecting CO2 flux from the soil more in forested areas than the dry steppe. And as I mentioned before, the light grazing has simulated the root growth and soil respiration, but decreasing the overall CO2 flux. Okay, next please. So then our next step is basically scaling up. So those are the plot-based experiments and the plot-based results. Now we need to know about whether that's everywhere true in Mongolia or not. And also we would like to include that one into the modeling studies. So then we have actually come into this a little bit challenges. As we didn't have much studies from this managed lands, like cropland, or not pasture land, sorry, the cropland only. And there's differences between this among the data sources, and sometimes in terms of this carbon stock, not rather than this the carbon flux emissions. And there's a different methodology was different, so it was difficult too. But that challenge should be addressed and can be addressed, and collaborated into those data can be collaborated into the modeling studies, and that should be the next step. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Anarman, for sharing these her findings of her scientific study. Thank you. And we have just finished it. We have just completed our very important day, our seminar, very successfully. Thank you for your active participation. Okay, thank you very much. This is the end of our seminar. I think that tomorrow is entertainment or networking session. This is a retreat. I hope that you will participate.